Well, after 2 days of really intense fishing on Pickwick Lake, we have a couple of veterans on the top. Bill Lowen, been with the Elite Series since the beginning, and Krieger trying to go wire to wire at this event. Man, he's got a long way to go to get there, though. So much yet to come on day 3.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
Oh, this one's been wild since the start, which really didn't happen. It got postponed for 2 days. Meanwhile, Mother Nature put a whole nother lake on top of it in terms of water. But this fantastic fishery, Pickwick Lake, is still performing, still giving us everything we want in terms of twists and turns. And Mark Zona, why wouldn't this be Manic Monday today?
Absolutely, Tommy. And the great thing about this is the techniques, the areas these guys are on, Pickwick, really all over the map. It's the anglers that are living around the tail race to that area right there, McFarland Park, against shallow water anglers and a couple guys that made the cut that are fishing offshore. But here's the one thing to say, man, if you made this top 10 that we are on today, you, in a nutshell, are knocking their lights out. An incredible average so far.
Well, who's going to knock their lights out today? We've got 7 full hours of coverage coming your way today on Bassmaster Live. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. Tommy Sanders and all the gang here, including Mark Zona. We just heard from Z just a moment ago. We've got a full complement of folks here in the studio today. And Z, man, oh man, if you're 15 pounds back today, big deal. You got a good shot at making the top 10. I'm not counting anybody out right now.
You know, I really think what we got to see transpire throughout this event that we don't get to see in other Bassmaster Elite Series tournaments, it was almost like learning on the fly, if that makes any sense. Steve Kennedy had a miserable day 1 until the last 45 minutes, and getting to talk to guys last night, it almost seems like the last 2 hours of every day 1 and day 2, guys just seem to expand on their areas. We saw Bill Lowen do that yesterday. Look for big things here today with 50 less anglers on the water.
Yeah, 50 out there today gunning for 10 spots. And, of course, as we look at this day, you know, we've got all these guys on the water. Well, let's welcome in Ronnie and Such, though. Mike Such-Sukon crunching those numbers constantly. What are the ones rising to the top right now?
Well, the big bag guys. We had 12 bags over 20 pounds yesterday, doubled from day 1. Now, what I'm interested in is a guy like Scott Martin saying the big ones are starting to come in. So he expects better fishing today and tomorrow, even though the lake is going to draw down about 6 inches each of the next 2 days.
All right. And Ronnie?
I'm really starting to see who from the Natchez Trace Parkway west towards Tennessee, towards the dam. We saw Clark Winlet be in the top 10 and fizzle out yesterday. Buddy Gross dropped back a little bit, but we saw Hank Cherry and Brian New stay steady. I'd like to see some of these guys in that region, what they can do on Monday and Tuesday today, see if they really have a shot to win this event tomorrow.
All right. Well, we got to take a look at the spot. And there he is right there, Krieger Z, in the place where it was won the last time the Elites were here, 2011, by our own Davey Hyde. And boy, it's crucial. This spot has got to fire again for Krieger.
Exactly, Tommy. And really looking at where Kobe is here, this is where his meat has come the last 2 days. But the thing that Kobe has, if you really kind of rewind to yesterday and on Saturday in his back pocket, is that half-mile stretch at McFarland. If this area doesn't fire, trust me, within 2 hours, he will be right in front of our takeoff. There's a great look at that tail race right there, how much water has come through there the last couple days. And it's been interesting because it's not like everybody that's run up to that tail race has knocked their lights out. It's been very sporadic. It did not happen for Chris Zaldane yesterday.
It's a strange, always these guys have to deal with changing conditions, Z, but this is a lake that's changing back to normal, which makes it, they're going in a different direction, but they got to adjust just the same.
Which should actually make it a little bit better if a little bit more water clarity comes to these guys today. It almost seems like, even though they didn't push quite as much water yesterday, it's almost like what the water that came out of that Wilson Dam, it was a little bit dirtier yesterday. And we're going to get down lake right now with Chad Pipkins hooked up live.
Hey, girl. Come here, come here. Get you some of that. It's kicking it going. It'll fire up, huh? Woo! Daddy like. 4-pluser. Let's go, let's go.
Good one right there for Chad Pipkins. Bladed jig all week long. And if you're just tuning in to Bassmaster Live, if you didn't hang with us this weekend, really a lot of your leaders, we talked about it late yesterday, just get to their areas, bunker in, and do not run around all day long. You know, really, Scott Martin's the only one that has kind of covered the entire Pickwick. Chad Pipkins has lived on this little 100-yard stretch for 2 days so far.
Knocked out 21 pounds and 2 ounces on day number 1. And yesterday, Chad Pipkins went and backed it up with 18, almost 18 and a half. Took him a while to get going, said he had to slow it down and just dig in even further, like you say, Z.
Exactly, looking at about 4
Boy, did I
to
think that
7
was hurt.
feet of water. Just off the main
I had
river.
a heart attack. Man, got a good start to the day. Just caught a good one, probably 4 1/4, 4 1/2, like third cast. Yeah, that's the deal here. You got to keep hunting along. These seams change each day, and the key for me is they're not just seams, but there's some clumps of grass on the seams, and I can pick them out with my 360. Like that fish is exactly where it should have been. Just like the big one yesterday, there's little clumps of, I think it's a mix of coontail and milfoil, and they're just swimming around. And when they set up, I feel like they're gonna eat today. They're gonna eat today or tomorrow or the next day or the next day, but it's coming. It's so close to like, or you can come out here and catch, 20, 30, 40 fish. And yesterday was a good day. We were fortunate to have what we had because it was tough. We just got a couple good bites, but you could catch 25 or 30 out here. And we're gonna keep casting and keep swinging on them. So it could be a day today. I'm excited. We survived yesterday with some good weight, and we'll see if we can get it done today and keep moving forward. But that's a heck of a way to start the morning. I don't drink coffee, but I promise you that is way better than any cup of coffee anyone out there can drink. Because my heart is pumped up. I love it.
Chad Pipkins, one of a good many veterans still looking for their first Bassmaster Elite Series win, and can sort of get a glimpse of it from far away right now. But boy, we do have a long way to go before they get there. Kobe Krieger, another one of these guys, the journeyman angler, has been competing at the highest level for a long
This thing
time.
here's pushed out to the right farther today than it was yesterday. The water's as dirty today as it was yesterday, so that's not good. But I mean, they still got to be up here. I didn't figure out how to get them to bite yesterday, but we're gonna work at it today and see what happens. I said I'm gonna move around a lot more today than I did yesterday up here, and see if I can find them. Because if you find them, I think they're gonna be wadded up pretty good, and you'll be able to get well in a hurry. So we're gonna jump around from side to side and eddy to eddy and hope for the best.
Really taking a look at yesterday's
Go ahead, T.
catches. It's been a spinnerbait, a swim bait, a little homemade crankbait.
Definitely.
And Tommy, what's really weird is if you got to tune in yesterday, it's not like it was a pretty day for Kobe Krieger compared to day, and really actually like day number 1. Kobe had one bass at 11 o'clock on day 1. Kind of took him all day long to grow that stringer yesterday.
This hard. This.
And I think the last thing
I'm gonna find him up here somewhere.
you wanted to hear Kobe say today is that water is yet to clean up in that tail race.
Sometimes he's throwing very small baits and really needing to be these fish to be able to see what he's putting in front of them, and that's part of the calculation he has to make. Is, as you say, the water doesn't get any cleaner, the sky doesn't necessarily afford him a guarantee of sunshine all day long either.
Yeah, and the other thing in that area there, Kobe said, man, I really, really need sunlight. He said, I feel these fish are able to, you know, a lot of these fish in this current, they just kind of, Ronnie was talking about it yesterday, they swipe at it, swat at it, because that current's moving so fast. You miss a lot of fish, and really throughout the tournament so far. Kobe's had more of a mixed bag than anybody else in our top 10 from largemouth and smallmouth, where guys that are just over his shoulder along the actual bank of the tail race, like Steve Kennedy, weighed in 4 smallmouth and a spot yesterday.
Kobe Krieger right there. What a view. That little tree island that's out there in the middle of that huge rocky shoal there. That's one of the most prominent features of the entire Tennessee River. It's certainly one of the prominent players, place-wise, in the history of fishing, tournament fishing on this lake. We're going to move down to Brandon Pollinik, 5-time Elite Series champion. Had a good day yesterday. One of our dozen anglers or so with 20 pounds at the weigh-in.
20 pounds yesterday, and he's gone in
like,
a
no, we've
flurry
seen that
every
go by our
day.
face 1,000 times this week. We're not eating it. Oh, but you are.
That little patch of grass, we've seen probably 15 bass caught off of that sawgrass the last 2 days from Pollinick and other competitors.
Get up in here. Oh gosh, that was terrible. That was terrible landing. Oh my gosh, that was so terrible. That might have been my worst landing job in like 5 or 6 years. Holy cow, but we got him. We got him on the brat. It's a good start too, man. Three-pounder. Oh, that was the ugliest landing job ever. I'm sorry to everybody. That was pitiful. Grabbing the line, oh, that was just ooh. Ooh, that was ugly. Let's not do that anymore. Had a little more line now than what I thought. Well, there's still a fish there. That's good. Oh, that's not so good.
Take a look at that fish landing right there. Absolute hot mess on Monday. Brandon Pollinick fishing not too far from Chad Pipkins. We're just going to call it the Koger Island area. That is a mess right there.
Wow.
And interesting exactly where that bass came from. We got to see Bill Lowen do a lot of work later in the day on day number 2.
Brandon getting all the majority of his work both days previously early on in the day, as opposed to Kobe Krieger and Bill Lowen and all the rest, as opposed to Steve Kennedy over the course of both days too.
We also saw a 4-pounder come from Justin Atkins on that same stretch late on day 1.
Yes. Steve Kennedy's lived with a swim bait and a spinner bait. We'll talk about that a little bit later with young Ron Moore. Tommy, you'll find this interesting that Steve sent me a picture of the spinner bait, but absolutely said, I am not sending you a picture of this swim bait until the final day.
Holy, what a fish. Right where he's supposed to be, and it went thump. Come on, baby. I can't tell how well he's hooked. Number one on a new bait. Oh, sorry, dude. He's gonna be pushing 4. Just watch out for that bridge. Man, look how bad I'm shaking. It says 4.6. Let's call him a 4.8. Number one. We're gonna get
That is
Switching
awesome.
it up.
He is gonna be fun to watch today, man.
We'll be with him for 7 hours solid here on Bassmaster Live all day long. Today, we can't wait to bring it all to you. And Steve Kennedy, finding one right exactly where he should be. Not exactly great news for everyone else in this field who's thinking about grabbing that trophy at the end of Championship Tuesday. But again, like we say, there is so much that's going to transpire between now and then. Kobe Krieger starting the day with the lead right there, him and Lowen. It's a little bit separated from the crowd, but boy, the crowd is moving in closer even as we speak with Pollinik, Kennedy, and the rest. Just getting started here this morning, and we will be right back.
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
Just getting started here, really still in the first half hour of fishing, actually, for these 50 anglers who were left after 2 days of competition on Pickwick Lake. Our rules of the game, well, it is a 4-day tournament. We'll go through Championship Tuesday tomorrow. Today, with 50 anglers, each one of them getting 8 hours to fish at least per day. We'll cut our field to 10 tomorrow. That's Championship Tuesday, and that's when we'll find our winner here. Man, what a hard-fought tournament. Such diversity, different ways of catching them. Our TH Marine Weather Watch today, well, perfect. Room temperature, 72 degrees.
Gorgeous.
Day. Getting warmer as we go through the week.
Not so much tomorrow on Championship Tuesday.
Yeah, look at
I think
that.
we've got a light rain early that's going to be becoming very steady later in the day, which is going to throw a curveball. But the one thing that we've seen transpire the last 2 days is the largemouth guys have cracked them early both days. Surprisingly, the largemouth bite has been fantastic really the first 2 or 3 hours, and you'll see slow, steady climbs. Guys like Brock Mosley, Steve Kennedy, to where those smallmouths start to bite a lot better after noon.
How about a big fish alert early this morning? Corey Johnston, a 6-pound, 2-ouncer.
Oh,
Jumped up from 22nd to 5th right now. He's got almost 10 pounds on the morning with 2 fish.
I'm telling you. If you're out of the top 10, just hang around. Once again, Kennedy.
another one in the same spot. There's one, baby. Come on, baby. This feels like a nutmeg. Come on around me. Come on around. Not near as big as that last one. Coming in the boat. Still a chunk. Still a chunk. Man, he choked it too. I can't see what he did. Sorry. We're going to have to do some surgery here.
Steve Kennedy, you're going to get that one. Not quite as big as his first one, but right in the same spot. Let's get over to Suit. You mentioned him, Corey Johnston, with a giant in the boat. There it is.
This looks like his 3-pounder.
Oh, yeah, okay. Bigger things to come, excuse me. Here we go.
And whose boat is that camera work coming from?
I think we know.
Chatty Pipkins.
It's Chad Pipkins' boat.
We talk about the largemouth bite being
Let's
strong
see.
first
Oh,
thing.
my goodness.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's all a 6. Oof.
Now he's up to 3 fish for 11 pounds, 15 ounces. 3rd place.
All right. Adjacent Chad Pipkins back live now.
Well, we're still milking some magic here. The fish are around. They're just switching seams, swimming around this island and the little drains and stuff. And we just saw Corey catch a few. Caught a nice, probably a 6-pounder, another close to 4. So they're biting, they're swimming around a lot like they're moving. This water's falling, and you get on the right little deal at the right time, you'll catch 4 or 5 quick ones. And it's going to happen for us today. We're going to hopefully get another couple here this morning, and then move around a little bit. Like, they're coming back to where we caught them in practice, you know, about a half mile back there. They're just not there yet or not biting yet. But as this water falls, like if it doesn't happen today, it'll be tomorrow or Wednesday. I hope we're here, because there's a lot of big ones in this place. It's super healthy, and it's really close to like getting wide open here. So hopefully we can make it happen today and get another chance. We're gonna keep casting, find out.
Very well-known area. Corey Johnston fishing a lot closer to the main river channel right there. You can actually see that river marker over Chad Pipkins' right-hand shoulder.
Chad's got one in the boat, solid one, 4-4.
Been throwing a bladed jig almost the
Should
entire
be here,
tournament,
right
adding
there
a
too,
trailer hook.
There's no way there's 3 sitting on that corner and nothing here. I don't buy it.
And really a lot of those fish that Pipkins caught yesterday were on that trailer hook.
Kennedy on the
And
board,
back down.
Pipkins on the board in our top 10, and Brandon Pollinik also struck early today with a solid fish. Not quite as big, 3-4.
Looking at the main river channel right there on Pickwick.
There we go.
Actually,
Feels like a good one too. Switched colors. He's not that big. Get in here. New color. Still on the brat though. He couldn't have done it before the next set of boats drove by though. Now everybody gets to see. Got us one. I better measure that one real quick. Pretty sure he's over 15. Oh yeah. He's good. He's good and golden.
That's the second flight of anglers, 26 through 50.
yep.
Brandon Pollinik worried about keeping it quiet in one of the main attractions on the lake there.
Just around the corner from Pollinick, Bill Lowen. A lot of damage on this 100-yard stretch yesterday. Left it after about, call it 10 o'clock, and actually expanded on his area. Caught some really solid dockfish later in the day. 3/8 ounce signature Lure Parts online jig.
Ugly. Ugh. But I got her. The river otter didn't scare that one away. Woo, that was ugly. Look how fat. Put her over there. That was ugly, my friend. Ugly, ugly, ugly.
Lowen with the best stringer yesterday, just under 24 pounds. Getting kind of started right on time today.
Which that's what's incredible about what Lowen has done. We've seen a lot of anglers that we've had cameras with that have really pressed the flip and bite and not made it happen. And it just seems like Bill Lowen a lot closer to the main lake than other guys that we've been following all week long that have been flipping a lot of that sawgrass shoreline cover. Seems like whenever you went into pockets, there was a lot of males, not a lot of females. Bill Lowen, almost everything he pulled the trigger on yesterday, big females that have gone shallow.
Kennedy.
Like everything in nature flows with the current that bass feed on. You know, crawfish, shad, whatever that may be. Bass sit there and wait, and their ambush point for the bait to come by. And if you can make that jig float or flow with that current into that cover, I feel like it gets you a lot more bites. Just looks more natural. And I always think that
Oh gosh, he choked.
the more natural you can be, the better off you're going to be.
I mean, choked it. Stay on there. It's so hard in this current. How about you just get on up in here? Yeah! Check that out. Can we just give him a look? BX Brat, I mean, just gone. Switched up colors. I mean, it is gone. That's the size we need right there. Yes.
They're biting today, guys.
Fast Track
Yes.
is lighting up like a pinball machine.
Right.
Lowen took
Young
the
Ron
lead.
Moore. Young Ron Moore said, "This is the best lake in the world." Hey, Ron, I'm starting to agree with you, my friend.
It's got it all. Largemouth, smallmouth, particularly largemouth this morning. Look at Brandon Pollinick, already 3 keepers in the live well. Bill Lowen getting started again after a huge day on day number 2. Man, oh man, it's like everyone's saying, it just seems to get better and better with each passing day of this tournament. We'll be right back.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
Good morning. Starting your work week or fish watching week, whatever the case may be. I think we got a pretty good option with the fish watching today. Taking a look at this Bassmaster, Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite. Pickwick here. Look at the way that leaderboard has shaken up already. Still in the first hour of fishing, and Tyler Rivette, the Louisiana angler, on top. We saw Bill Lowen strike Brandon Pollinik, already 3 fish to a limit. Steve Kennedy, 2 good smallmouth. And look at Ray Hanselman coming from 13 pounds off the pace to get right there in the top 4.
I will say Tyler Rivette
Yes.
started the day in 11th. He moved up from the 20s to 11th yesterday. He said at weigh-in, I caught him quick, and I left, and I tried to find some other stuff, and I'm hoping they're still biting in the morning and that leaving them biting was a good idea, and it looks like it was a good idea.
He said it was a fluke. He said, I thought he said he had like a log jammed up back. He
So I'm
stopped
putting on
and
a
started fishing the
bandito
spot.
bug right now. I'm gonna flip a little bit. I hadn't flipped at all. But this water's stabilized. And it's actually starting to maybe fall even just a little bit. Current's a lot less today. So when there's less current, it's gonna put some of these fish a little more stable back in these. There's a little grass in here. This flat out here behind us had a lot of grass in practice, and that's where I was catching a lot of fish. But all that got blown out with the mud water. Some of these little pockets back in here are good little places to poke around. We'll give it a shot for a little while, see what happens.
Listen to Scott Martin, man, in the lower left box there. Probably, as you mentioned, see the most traveled guy on day number 2 here on Pickwick.
Yeah, he's been starting really right at McFarland and not seeing him, surprisingly, not seeing him do that today.
Kind of re-rigging some stuff. I just kind of was in my head. I started on my starting spot, didn't catch anything at all. Second flight of boats took off. So in my mind, I'm like, you know what? Let's make a little run. Get down here and see what we can come up with. And then I'll hit some of my schools of fish that I have found. The problem is a lot of guys are starting to figure this out now, so it's going to be probably a boat sitting on a lot of stuff today.
Tyler Rivette just finished his limit in 10 minutes. 13-13 in 10 minutes. Ray Hanselman caught his 4 fishing, 13 pounds plus, in 12 minutes.
That's the one thing that we talked about on day 1 of this, that you're going to see massive, massive flurries with as much water as coming through Pickwick, really putting a lot of these pods of largemouth and smallmouth together in really, really small spots.
Slower. It was, yeah, I was coming through here much faster yesterday.
Heard Kennedy say the current's a lot slower there today than yesterday. Also, Steve Kennedy said some of those key stretches got throttled pretty good the last 2 hours yesterday from a lot of other competitors. Stretches he's fishing, a lot of history with local events, tournaments we've covered in the past.
Well, the last time the Elites were here was a decade ago. That one was won by our colleague Davey Height, and it was won in this place, up there in that shoal beneath the dam there, the Wilson Dam. And Davey, that place is critical to some key guys in our competition here. What's it looking like to you today? Is it holding up or not?
Well, Tommy, is the big thing that is so noticeable today is the current is very different than it has been the last few days, and it's going to change things up. I think we've already seen the movers and the shakers. Tyler Rivette really catching them good yesterday afternoon, and then again this morning. Scott Martin started real close to takeoff there like he has the last 2 days. The current was very different. He did not catch a fish up behind the Wilson Dam. Different current. Those anglers are going to have to move around and find where those fish have moved. They're not going anywhere, not going very far anyway, but they're just going to move around and be in different current seams. Steve Kennedy's got a lot of history up there. You have to keep an eye on him. He knows where those fish go when the water is different like it is today. But we're starting to see, I would think, the largemouth come into play more and more today.
Davey, real quick, with the weather that's coming, it's the first time that we're going to see really rain since this tournament began. Obviously, a lot of rain in practice. And granted, we're 24 hours out of that system coming. Who will that system, in your mind, help the most? The guys at the tail race, or the guys mid-lake, or all the way down at the Pickwick Dam?
Well, I don't think it'll affect the guys up at the tail race very much, because if the rain doesn't start until tomorrow, it's days later. I mean, we're still seeing the effects of a rain from 5 days ago right now. So it takes multiple days to really affect that, unless you just have torrential rains, which they're not calling for. But I think it'll actually help the largemouth bite a little bit in that shallower water as things stabilize. But this lake is so different because the the current affects everything. The water clarity will change a little bit, but that current is everything, and it moves those fish around. And it can be difficult because those fish live out on those bars and on those shoals, but then they'll go to the bank when it gets real high, like it has the last few days. But a lot of those anglers that were catching them offshore, but only 3 or 4 feet deep, they went to the bank and did not have success. Hats off to Bill Lowen. He's one of the few that it's textbook. Hey, the water came up 7, 8 feet. Those fish are going to the bank. There's a lot of great fishermen that did that and was not able to capitalize on those largemouth moving to the bank. Here's one thing I will say, though, and we've seen this on other lakes. Sometimes when that water comes up, those fish stay right there. And Hank Cherry is one person that said in practice he found some fish. The water came up. He was catching them with one bait. He had to change baits to get down to those fish, but that whole school of fish stayed right where they were.
Davey, every single time that we come to the Tennessee River, whether it's Kentucky Lake, Gunnersville, Wheeler, and here, there are so many locals out fishing, especially over the weekend. Is everybody working? Because we have not seen many locals at all on Pickwick this week.
Good point, Z. I've noticed that there's not been nearly the amount of fishermen that you normally see here anywhere on the Tennessee River. The fishing is great. A lot of times that's a sign that maybe the fishing just isn't very good, but the fishing is great, obviously. Kobe Krieger's got a few people around him this morning, but it's really surprising we've not seen any more fishermen out here than we have normally.
Dave, you filled us in on how the current changes when this volume of water goes. The seams change. Everything changes. I guess whoever's going to win this thing tomorrow is going to have to do a little searching, a little hunting and pecking today in order to find out where those changes have made the most effect, have made the most difference.
Yeah, you're right, Tommy, and that's why I say you got to keep an eye on Steve Kennedy because there's a lot of fish, as we all know, up in that tail race. Steve Kennedy has a lot of experience there, and he knows where those fish move to as that current changes, so you certainly have to keep an eye on him. But there's a few other anglers that, have a lot of experience here also. Kobe Krieger, I didn't realize this until I was talking to him this morning. He has fished up there quite a bit. He only caught 2 there in practice, but he knows the potential there, and that's why he decided to start there on day 1, and certainly has worked out very good for him.
All right, former champ here, Davey Hyde, filling us in on the changes going on as the lake heads back toward normal. Not changing its character in the direction it has been over the past week. Let's get back down to Chad Pipkins. We saw Chad keepers in the boat this morning.
Boy, he's been working that bladed jig so painfully slow the last 2 days.
Even adding a trailer hook to it, that's something that you don't normally see.
Yeah, stay. Come on with it. Told you they're gonna get one back, yeah? They're just slipping and sliding around. Getting it.
Been bouncing back and forth between a white one and a green pumpkin.
Gonna have some fun today. Oh, pretty. Fishlets, baby. Right back.
Well, if you stay in the same place most all the time, you're going to be there when they turn on, when they start biting. That's something to be said, like you say, for not running around all day, Martona.
And actually, Brian New is one of the guys in our top 10 that has probably covered a lot more water than guys like Chad Pipkins or Bill Lowen.
I think even when Brian New's fishing at his slowest, he covers twice as much water as most people. Him and Kyle Welch are probably the 2 movers and shakers.
And the winner, the first stop of the year, St. Johns River.
He's a keeper. Ain't much, but he's a keeper.
Absolutely biting this morning.
doubt about it. We've had all the action we can possibly take in during the course of our first 45 minutes here. Take a look at our Seaguar Bassmaster Rookie Watch. Tremendous rookies each and every year on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and you can't make a bigger splash as a rookie than winning your first Elite event. That's what North Carolina's Brian New did, and he's on top of that leaderboard right now. Got about a 30-plus point lead over Joshua Straightner, Justin Hamner, Pat Schlapper, who's won here. Man, oh man, these guys are strong, and we will keep our eyes on them today. How many rookies are going to be at the top 10 at the end of the day? Everyone who wants to fish tomorrow is going to have to be in the top 10, and we've got a long way to go and a lot of fishing to get there.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
Haven't even completed our first hour of fishing, and that's just part of the field here of 50. This Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake, but there's our leaderboard right now. Louisiana's Tyler Rivette off to a blazing start this morning. 5 fish in the boat very, very quickly for a 4-pound edge over Bill Lowen, who started the day in second place. Bill's got one good keeper in the boat today, and Brandon Pollinik. Brandon Pollinik, like every day, he's put him in the boat early and often. Can he expand on that today? Boy, he's a dangerous guy to begin with. Let's take a look at our top lures with Brandon Pollinik.
Now, throughout this tournament, spinnerbait and a swim bait's been a big player, but Brandon Pollinik, one of the few anglers to make the crankbait, shallow crankbait bite all 3 days so far.
So pretty much everything I've caught this week, with the exception of a couple the first day, but everything yesterday has came on a B.A.S.S brat, which is this one. That's the Rapala B.A.S.S brat 06, the number 6. And then today, those last 2 I caught were on that one right there. So I didn't catch them all in that crawdad color. And then I just felt like, maybe I could change up the color and get a few more bites. So I tied that white one on last night. Because I know these fish are around here, but I noticed that the first day when I first found these fish, I caught one actually on a chatter wagon, and then I didn't get any more bites, and I picked up that B.A.S.S brat and just went to catching them. So I knew you could change it up. I got fishing line. That's lovely. I picked up that B.A.S.S brat and just went to catching them. I might have just got my crankbait back. I don't know. I don't know whose line that is. It might be mine.
Yeah, any number of suspects on whose line that could be right there. And Pollinick off to yet another good start here. One of the dangerous characters in our top 10 to start today.
Absolutely. Gonna get back up lake right now.
I've been fishing
Chad
45
Pipkins.
minutes. They've had 3 bites already.
Z, I've renamed Chad
like it.
Pipkins to Chad Pipwick, just so you know during the commercial break, us 3 in studio.
Okay.
decided that. Yeah, Chad
Got
Pipwick.
it. Got
Okay.
it. Seeing Chad slide a
Soon to be
little
4
further
fish.
down
Oh.
current than we've seen him the last 2 days. I believe that's Corey Johnston.
Soon to be 4 is right. Get that we got. Easy. Easy. Come here, baby. Get some of that. I told you it was soon to be 4. Come on, it's gonna be a fun day. They just slid back a little. Slip and slide. It's a chunk. Look at the belly on that thing. They healthy. God, we are gonna have some fun. Been waiting for this day. It's been a slow start to the season. We've been scraping up some baby checks. But this is what it's all about. Those days where you go out and get 2 or 3 bites, like at Fort Loudon, where it's just tough. And days like today, hopefully, where you can come out and put the meat hook into them. That one just got it. I felt like that grass was swimming. I said, oh, that grass got a head shake. I have to set the hook. Notice how they have it today too, like the ones, I mean, they're getting it.
Again,
Man, I just
scattered
told you we were going to
hydrilla
get our fourth
patches.
bite there, and that's exactly what happened. They're sliding back. There's another seam back here. I think the first day they were on that inside corner because there was so much current, and now that it's slacked off, 40,000 CAP or whatever the term is, they're moving around on these bars, and they're just eating it better. Like today, you can see the clouds and stuff. It's a heavier day. And like, I didn't even feel a bite. He just got heavy like grass and then just kind of eased off. And that's how you want him to eat it. The other one kind of bit like that too. I had one thump it earlier up there too, but like, I just think it's going to be a better day of bites. They're not going to slap at it. I think they're going to get it today. And all three of them I've caught had it. I mean, yesterday I caught a 4.5 on the trailer hook, another 2 3/4 on the trailer hook. Today, it shouldn't be quite like the same place as a practice, but in practice, you couldn't shake them off. They just swim with it. And I hope that's kind of like today. And
3.5 pounder. That's 3 keepers now.
Yes,
for
sir.
Chad Pipkins. And just, you could throw a rock and hit him from where Chad Pipkins is right now. Corey Johnston and Corey, man, we were lucky enough to get a look at that giant you caught there. Tell us about that one.
Yeah, that was definitely a good start to the morning. It's it's a beautiful morning here on Pickwick. The wind's nice and light. Currents going, and they seem to be biting this morning pretty good.
Corey, can you kind of walk us through how you've caught them all week long? I mean, we've seen a lot of flurries with a lot of anglers. You going on one of those this morning. What has been the key to getting these little pods fired?
I mean, this morning I pull up to this spot and I was throwing a chatterbait and never got a bite, but I said to my marshal, I stood down there, I'm bumping them, I know I am. And I picked up a big swim bait that I hadn't thrown all week. And first cast, I got a 4, and about the second cast, I got one somewhere between 6 and 7, and then I caught a 2-pounder. So it's just a matter of going through a few different baits. But you really got to figure out where these fish are sitting, because the current's so hard that these fish are setting up in eddies and seams, and it's a lot like trout fishing when I grew up. So it's it's kind of clicking a little bit. And yesterday I just kind of stumbled and I lost a 7-pounder at the end of the day. So I'm just going to run around today and fish maybe some new stuff and try a few different things.
Corey, have we gotten to the point yet where things are starting to resemble anything that you were able to uncover in practice, or is it still pretty much a new clean slate every day?
I mean, a little bit. Where I started the first mornings, actually, where Chad's been catching all of his fish, and when I first pulled up there, I caught a 4-pounder right away the first day, and then Chris pulled in and caught a 3-pounder, and then I fished it for another hour, never had a bite. And Chad's been camped out there the whole tournament, so I can't get back on it. But other than that, that's the only spot that I've really fished so far where I had bites in practice. So it's basically a clean slate other than that one spot.
Corey, thanks for spending some time. Nice fish. We enjoyed that video of that one right there. Corey Johnston making a big move into the top 10 today.
Tyler Rivette is over in Mississippi, still culling. Caught a 4-pounder. He's up to 17 pounds on the day.
Wow. Let's see if we can catch up Scott Martin, one of our anglers who's moving a lot, as has been mentioned.
This is actually a pocket that we were in earlier in the week, day number 1.
I believe with also, I think day number 2 with Josh Strassner at a certain point as well.
Scott fishing it much different than the anglers that we were with in here.
Number 1. All right, there we go, guys. First fish, decent chunk. He just loaded up on it there. Really not that aggressive. Kind of crazy.
junk.
Scott Martin calling an audible, leaving McFarland Park. Seen a lot of pressure.
He's
Keeper
been running
number one, and here's something scary. Scott Martin caught, get ready for this, what he estimated 40 to 50 keepers on day one. And that pocket that he's in right there, that was land a week ago. 1 week ago, that literally was dry ground.
And there's a lot of current like we've had the last 3 or 4 days, really, since this storm. Water came up, it's flooded, and they're pulling. There's one. They're pulling a lot of current, and it pushes fish. The fish that live on this fish right here, probably last week was out there on the river. They're pulling 200,000. So it's pretty simple if you think about it. Pull 200,000 CFS of current. Those fish they don't want to sit out there and swim in it, especially if it's cold. So they try to find the first slack water, which is behind these points where I've been catching them, or back in these little slack waters. But this area is nice because it has a little bit of grass in it. But that's basically how I've been approaching it. You know, I'm looking for wads of fish.
Martin's been starting close to take off, like you said, Z, and then he's been making one of the longer runs after he leaves there, all the way down into Mississippi, Tennessee, you know, Yellow Creek, passed around that region. So he's going to definitely.
And he's made a lot of big calls. A lot of big calls late in the day.
His anchor.
Caught a bunch on a bladed jig yesterday.
Nice of him. Maybe he's just sliding back to reposition. Oh my God, that can't be a bass. Or it's a smallmouth. It's a bass. Don't you do it. I think it's a largemouth too. He's just a wild one. It's a good one. No. No. Get over here. He choked it too. Gosh, they were eating it this morning. Look at that. Would you just look at it? Head first. Gone. Oh. I mean, just getting after it. Yeah, that's how you want them eating it. It couldn't go any further. It hit him in the back of the throat.
Good one right there for Brandon Pollinik. Going to head back up lake right now with Steve Kennedy, getting a good look at what he's been targeting. And he's not been the only one targeting that, doing basically the same thing Brock Mosley is.
Wasn't expecting that one. Spotted bass, I think. It's a chunk.
It is a chunk. Boy, he is weighing that really close to the edge of his boat. Right there.
Three and a quarter.
I'm sorry. That was a big spotted bass. We said it midday yesterday. Steve Kennedy understands current, how they position. He is going to be a monster the next 48 hours in this event.
What would you call that? About a 1.5 mile controlled drift that he's just going to be doing all day long, lapping that thing all day?
Tommy, what was he doing weighing that fish so close to the gunnel?
He gets kind of energized when he lands a fish there. There he goes. He's going to go back to the top again.
And look, he's fishing areas that have been throttled, not the last 3 days, but the last 300 years. the guy just understands how to slip current. Something you see on the St. Lawrence, Detroit River. But when you get down to, the Coosa River, Alabama River, and watch how he fishes, and really what's amazing talking to Steve, he's like, it's so easy, and I don't understand why other people don't catch these fish quite as well.
He also said it's his favorite way to catch them, the way he learned to do this. Flint River, one of those mountain rivers in Georgia, working that current.
Shoal bass.
Yeah.
Shoal bass.
Wow, Tyler Rivette culled again. He's up to about 17 and a half. Of course, he said yesterday he did not have a cull fish after 9:30. He was kind of done.
Like Ronnie said, just like
By
Brandon
choice.
Pollinik, a lot of
Pollinik.
damage early. Well,
Checked in with Buddy Gross. I'm actually land one earlier today. You got to watch him close to know when he's got a fish on, because he's low key on that.
I did get an answer on his hook set and retrieve train of thought. We'll get into that later.
Oh, we got a real interloper in the top 10.
Stay on there, baby.
De Palma.
I thought you was bigger than that, but I'll take you.
Z, he also said yesterday his struggles with the lipless, losing a couple good ones. He had smaller trebles for Teleco and
Thank you,
Loudon
Lord.
that he put on there.
It's number 2.
He did not realize it till yesterday, and he upsized the
Gotta
hooks
start
and didn't lose
somewhere,
any in the
boys.
afternoon.
And I'll start right there with her.
been alternating between a 1 ounce lipless crankbait and a 3/4 ounce nickel spinnerbait. Chartreuse blade, going to get back up to Coger Island area. Bill Lowen, 1 fish in his live well.
Greg De Palma's got about 15-10 to jump from 35th to 7th place.
Shut up, Goose.
What's that?
Come out of there. Know if she's gonna make it or not. We're gonna find out together. Yep. Number 2. Not what we want, but you gotta start somewhere.
Bill Lowen with a stealth photographer in the woods there with him, and yet
Oh,
another species to add to the menu today. All right.
Solid gar.
Yeah,
Really solid.
That's a, I guess, a spawner probably.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
A little slow for Kobe this morning so far.
Yeah, we saw him bail out of that tree, rock and tree island there fairly early to try something new. So just waiting for his place to fire up there. Our leader to start this day. Got a new leader. And boy, not by a little, but by a lot. Tyler Rivette on top of Bill Lowen. We just saw Bill land his second fish there. Steve Kennedy catching him solid, steady. Ditto for Brandon Pollinick today. And the new entries into the top 10, Hanselman, De Palma, Corey Johnston. Haven't had our first look at Hank Cherry yet either. We're looking forward to that, and we'll be right back.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
Good morning to you. Good Monday morning as we head into this Day 3 competition live on Pickwick Lake, the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite. The first day was absolutely the toughest for these guys as they had to do a total reset. After being postponed for 2 days, Mother Nature changed the lake, but man, it is going now, Mark Zona.
And the beautiful thing, Tommy, is when you have current mixed with a lot of color in the water, here's the one thing. If you're just tuning in to Bassmaster Live, it has literally reloaded all of these places our leaders are on every single evening. Going to take a look at our Humminbird Unlock the Lake. Solid morning for Chatty Pipkins from the Wilson Dam right there in Florence, Alabama, as you kind of head down towards Coffee Slough. And here's been the really cool thing in this Humminbird Unlock the Lake. It has played throughout the entire system. A lot of areas that we knew we're going to play in this tournament. The tail race all the way down to Krieger Island to get past the Trace Bridge. And I think the really interesting thing is from that, hey, what's going on right there?
Well,
From the Trace Bridge down to the Pickwick Dam. Multiple fish caught in those locations. And here's the thing, when you see those locations, those are exact cast situations where these fish have been stacked up on top of each other. I believe that's a little area right there that Hank Cherry done some work looking for that to happen again. That is your Humminbird Unlock the Lake, back out with Buddy Gross live.
Buddy started the day at 5th place. A little bit of a slower start. He's back in the top, almost back in the top 10 now.
I don't think it got hooked good. Just stay in there, Bubba. Makes a big difference when them hooks, Bubba. It's number 3. Gotta start somewhere, boys. Gotta start somewhere. Might as well start there.
Waiting to see him get attacked by something.
Give a gallery
He's
a
screaming
shot.
up there like a little girl.
It's got me. 3, baby.
Buddy Gross fishing a little Main Lake point. Leads back into a spawning pocket. Lowen hooked up.
Nice. Look how fat. I mean, it's crazy. Crazy how fat they are. Like me. Little chubby guys. Let's say.
Bill Lowen with his 3rd keeper puts him just under 10 pounds. He told us at the takeoff day, I got to have twice that today. I got to have 20 or better today.
Just heading up lake right now, Chad Pipkins.
He's the only one with 2 bags over 20 pounds, Bill Lowen.
Yep.
We just saw Buddy Gross mention that treble hook deal. He had a size 2 on his, which I believe he had a size 1 or 2, one of the 2. And then he switched them to the bigger version. He accidentally downsized for Loud and Teleco.
Good, good. Stay, come on. Stay. Can't catch him. Uh-huh. I told you we were gonna catch one there, did I not? He smoking it. Here, girl, come on. Trailer hook and hook, chatterbugging. That's a nice 3 1/4. That's 4. I'm gonna come give you a close look what we're fishing.
Perfect.
Because exactly what I was just talking about. It's perfect. You can see the perfect painted 360 picture. You can see exactly what that fish is sitting on. It is textbook. We've got our current seam. I told you it wraps around here. And then there's a sandbar that runs this way created by the current. If you look at this 360, see this clump here? I know it looks a little confusing. I've got my sandbar running this way. This is all hard bottom, and this is where that scattered grass comes. That fish literally came right here, right on the inside edge of that grass. That's the only reason why I threw that way is because I saw this little grass nub stick out, and I'll probably slide back, and we'll probably catch another one right there. I mean, they're setting up exactly like you want them to. You just gotta find the little key places and make that cast a couple times. They're still not eating like crazy, but that fish was right where she was supposed to be. And the only reason I threw over there is because I looked down at the 360 and I saw a target. I've made more money with this thing than I have any other piece of equipment on the boat, so. Just gotta pay attention to the little teeny things. That's what makes a difference. That's why we're fishing today. You know, finding the little clumps of grass, little sweet spots. And, ooh. I don't know if that was a fish or I'm excited. One or the other. I like both of them though. I probably need to slide back further
and hit that clump this way too. I didn't see that one. I think that's where I caught a couple yesterday. Let's go.
From that island down to Krieger Island, been a big player so far this week.
All right, bonus coverage with, pretty pertinent guy right now, our tournament leader. Tyler Rivette, B&W Trailer Hitches, live on the line. Time to check in with Tyler, and a great job today, man, so far. Happening early and often. Tell us how it's going down out there.
It's going like I expected. Every morning I started in the grass for about 2 hours, and today I just decided to come straight here and see if they're here, and they were here, but kind of slacked off now. It's almost every cast, and it's like every 10 casts now, so it kind of sucks. But
Tyler, can you kind of describe that spot that you're on?
It's got some rock, and then it's got like some more rock with it, and got some water by it. It's pretty good.
Got it.
I'm joking. It's some pea gravel. I'm just going up and down the rivers and the creeks and stuff and finding pea gravel. And if you catch one, there's probably about 20 there. So that's all we're doing. What's that?
What has been happening for you pretty early every day, or is this just kind of a little bit off the chain today? This is just out of sight.
No, I just started on the grass. I figured I'd be able to catch a kicker or something out the grass every day. The first day I had 2 3-pounders out the grass, so I started there yesterday, and I didn't get a bite for 2 hours, so I came down here and had my limit in 5 minutes, and I think I left at like 9:30. I caught a 5-pounder, and I was like, all right, I'll just leave and come here tomorrow. So started here today, and it worked out good. I lost some decent fish, of course, just because my buddy asked me last night if I've lost any, so it's his fault. I blame it on Quinn. But we're just going up and down and try to find new spots. I kind of passed up 3 of my good spots just to get down here because I know I could catch my limit on this one. So we might be bouncing around a little more because I'm not at the good spot right now. I gave it a break.
Tyler, in a tournament where it was said everybody was going to be on top of each other, have you had any company at all where you're at this week?
Not really. I think we got one boat in front of us, but other than that, it's really not the stuff I'm catching them on. It's just by myself. It's crazy. I'll take it for sure, as long as it stays like that.
Well, each day of the tournament, Tyler, you got the arrow going the right way. A lot of momentum for the angler from Louisiana. Tyler Rivette out there. Thanks, Tyler. Thanks for sharing that with us. And
absolutely.
No doubt we'll be checking back in with Tyler as the day goes on. Some good stuff.
I don't think he really told us anything there.
No.
Rocks.
Like he told
some rocks
and water.
But I'm very proud of him because I gave him such a hard time about his pre-tournament thoughts about Pickwick getting changed to March. I gave him such a hard time, and now he's proven me wrong.
You fired him up, Ronnie.
Gladly, I'll take that.
That is a fish. Come on, baby.
It absolutely sounded like Kennedy went to braid in the last day.
It's a smallie, I think. It is. Gotcha. Not a giant, but I'll take it. He's been caught before. Sorry! Oh, that's not gonna work on you. There you go. So It's 2.9. Let's call him a 2.10.
Z, no joke, Z, yesterday when he caught his 4.5 pounder on bonus coverage, his wife texted me at the same time a video of her walking over the dam with all of the boats and all the current, and she had no idea that her husband was one of those boats and was catching them.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Back out to Buddy Grows Live. Solid keepers, but boy, the only thing about that area that Gross is on, we have not seen one of those giants. We got to see 3 of those, 2 of them that he put in the boat on day 1.
Mm-hmm.
Really never saw that yesterday with Buddy.
No.
Number 4, thank you, Lord. Smallest one we got. But we're clicking away at it a little bit at a time. That's all that matters. Thank you, Lord.
Give you a different sort of viewpoint on one of the places that has been huge through the history of fishing here at Pickwick, and this is our Humminbird bird's eye view.
Yeah, and you were starting to see Kobe bounce around a lot more than we saw him on day 2 yesterday. Kobe kind of bunkered into the horseshoe area, the south side of the horseshoe, and he's doing a lot more running, expanding where he caught him yesterday. And bird's eye view is actually going to show you how close he was fishing just now to Steve Kennedy. Right in the middle of your screen right there.
I saw Steve put his 4th fish in the boat just moments ago.
You can see the old shoreline right there. That is an awesome shot. It's your Humminbird, bird's eye view. I know Kennedy said the current was softer, but it's still ripping pretty good looking at that.
Fairly insistent. It's one of these unique views. We don't just see that everywhere we go on the Bassmaster Elite Series. A place like this special shoal here in Pickwick, and all the chaos, especially yesterday. Kobe Krieger up among the rocks and the trees, just fighting it all and catching them. That was fun. But he's not finding them. They're there today, but they're just not able to be caught as yet. That could change throughout the course of the day.
You know, Kennedy really saved this entire event on day 1 late, 1:30-ish. Kennedy said he got sucked into fishing shallow, hay grass, lay down, cypress trees, and it was brutal. I mean, he had 1 fish in his live well at 1:30 and said that, fishing up in the tail race, really the first 3 miles from the tail race down to just past McFarland, he said that just was not going throughout practice for him, an area that, we've seen him in years past. That move, though, huge on day 1 to save this tournament for Kennedy. Going to head back down towards the Koger Island area. Brandon Pollinick live.
Get up in here. Hey, we got another jig bite. That was awesome. We got 5. We got 5. Oh, thank you, buddy. Oota. All right, give me some for 5. Nuts for everybody.
Just to show you how good they're biting right now, your day 2 leader, Kobe Krieger, is unofficially in 15th place right now.
I just saw that, Z.
Wow.
And I'm looking at the Bass Track map that Bass officials can use, and the leaders turn a different color, the little boat icons, and the only one near the tail race is Kennedy.
And Z, Kobe's dropped to 15th, and he had a 10-7 lead over 15th.
Yeah.
Wow.
We knew that's where he was headed right there. That's his limit place. That's this riprap of Main Lake, McFarland Park.
Well, so far this morning has been a complete struggle. Water's still boiling pretty fast. It doesn't slow down at all, doesn't look like to me. Might have dropped a little bit up there maybe. I've been trying to move around a lot more this morning, maybe to get an early morning bite somewhere before I sink my talons in up there and go for broke. Just trying to get something in the live well, you know, going down the bank here where I've caught keepers at every day. So trying to get something just so I can relax and fish a little easy maybe, or easier. Up there just don't seem right or feel right to me at the moment, to be honest with you. So we're gonna go down through here and try to catch one or two. And go back up there and make another complete rotation again. Hopefully, sooner or later, let down on them when they want to bite. I think I may have to switch up the way I'm fishing a little bit, maybe fish more trees and stuff up there on that left-hand bank. I caught them up there years ago. I mean, you wouldn't think the largemouths that live up there would be nearly as affected as much by the dirtier water as the smallmouth are. I mean, the smallmouth are still there, I believe. They may not be in that little hole that I've been catching them out of, but they got to be in that general vicinity for sure. Come on, plug.
A lot of anglers relying on that particular spot there to flesh out limits. Kobe got a couple of his fish there from McFarland Park, that riprap yesterday.
And that's been throttled, Tommy.
Oh my
Absolutely.
gosh, yeah. Scott Martin, everybody working it out.
Pounded.
Bill Lowen.
Hold on a minute, don't do that yet.
And a lot of the guys that
Get up here a little further before
really
you do
did
that.
bad on day one, they throttled it yesterday.
Or just talk about doing it. Thought he was bigger than that, you know? He's good. Just talk about taking them bibs off. For everybody at home, when he was taking his bibs off yesterday and he didn't have the camera in his hand, I caught my biggest fish. So he was just talking about, I think I'm gonna take my bibs off. I think I'm gonna take my bibs off. And boom, captured us one. Call him a 3, and we'll even out our deal.
He held the lead for about 7 minutes this morning, and he's back in the lead with that fish.
There we go. Back to Kobe Krieger. Having moved down past 72 Bridge, Farland Park.
There he is. Come on, baby. Good one. Good one. Oh, the big old smallmouth.
Come on, fish.
Oh, man, I had him up here. My trolling motor kicked into high gear. Had my hands on him once. I gotta get him this time. Come on. Oh, dang it. He's not really that big, but in this current, he's big.
Kobe threw on a homemade flat side crankbait. Really didn't see that being a big player in this tournament.
Thank you, Lord. Good Lord. Worked hard for that one, boys.
As the kids would say, Tommy, fire.
Fire. Lake on fire.
Fire.
Lake
Yes.
Pickwick. Just awesome in every way. And Kobe Krieger almost got put in a headlock by that fish, his first keeper of the day. Boy, we've had all our guys really catching. As you say, Mark Zona, every place has reloaded. Every place is kicking them out. It is still early in the day here. We have had huge changes up and down the leaderboard.
What a morning, man.
Oh, my
wow.
gosh. And it's just an hour old, a little more than an hour and a half old, I guess, now. As we talk about it right now, Bill Lowen putting number 4 in the boat. Oh, man, we've got so much more to come as well. Big day to look forward to here on Bassmaster Live.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
50 anglers out there today on Pickwick, gunning for the top 10 to make it to Championship Tuesday. First time we've ever had, according to Such, a Championship Tuesday here on Bassmaster Live. And of course, all these guys trying to accumulate as many points as they can along the way. After this tournament's done tomorrow, hey, we're a third of the way through the season. They're trying to get into that 2022 World Championship, Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic. So,
yeah, Brock Mosley making a run.
Brock Mosley.
He was the afternoon move of the day yesterday for us. A couple big smallmouth.
Take a look at our Skeeter Boats Angler of the Year watch. And of course, Patrick Walters now has unseated Greg Hackney. He sits atop that leaderboard right now. And look at the guys behind him. Seth Fighter, Brian New, Brandon Pollinik. All those guys making huge moves.
And I really think if you look at that, there's only one angler in that top 10 not fishing today, Greg Hackney. And I'm going to tell you, really, if you looked at some of the names that did not make the top 50 cut fishing with us here on Semifinal Monday, that 2-day postponement, I think, threw a real big curveball to some of the biggest names on the Bassmaster Elite Series that never really put it back together, Hackney being one of them, who had a monster practice back out to the Coger Island area right now. Taking a look at Brandon Pollinik and Bill Lowen. Bill Lowen, slow and steady. Only angler in our top 10 making the flipping
used
game
them yesterday.
work.
I never caught one like that. And everybody I've had has been like that. And I can't get a bite. Same exact spot. Well, the hard part's done. Same exact cast. Just shows you when they get set up in them trees in that current, you can make multiple casts and get multiple bites.
Said it earlier with Scott Martin, area that Phil Lowen's at, and looking at his catches so far. That area also a week ago was land.
Take a look at Bill Lowen's work that he has done today. We mentioned this on day number 1. Bass Times, one of the Bassmaster publications. He's the cover guy on there, showing you how to fish pre-spawn in the rivers. And man, oh man, we're getting a video version of that throughout the course of this week.
Yeah, and it's been more of a main lake flipping game. We were so many anglers that could not make the pockets, the areas that you usually think in March, but with that really fast rising water, it's almost like those pockets that, you know, went back 200, 300 yards. Those fish were not quite there yet, but over Bill Lowen's left-hand shoulder is about a 2 or 3 mile hydrilla flat with a lot of drains, ditches. And it seems like when that water went up, this island has reloaded by the hour.
Well, he says the hard work's done. He's got a limit. Now we turn to Bill Lowen for our top lures.
Oh, just keep on biting, fish. Just keep on biting. This is my signature series jig from Lure Parts Online. It's a 3/8 of an ounce. You know, typically on deals like this, a lot of guys will flip a 1/2 ounce or maybe a 5/8 because they want to get it down in there. I've always just been a big fan. You know, I grew up on the Ohio River of using a little lighter jig so it'll actually flow with the current. You know, I feel like everything in nature flows with the current that bass feed on. You know, crawfish, shad, whatever that may be. Bass sit there and wait, and their ambush point for the bait to come by. And if you can make that jig float or flow with that current into that cover, I feel like it gets you a lot more bites. It just looks more natural, and I always think that the more natural you can be, the better off you're going to be. Like I said, that's my flipping jig, and it's a 3/8 of an ounce. Black and blue with some blue tinsel in it. It's one of my signature colors as well. Yeah, Lure Parts Online.
Well, and that's been the biggest key, 3/8 ounce, letting that current kind of just flush that jig. You know, we talked about how impressive Kobe's stringer was on day one with the extreme conditions, but for Lowen to catch almost 24 pounds shallow yesterday when so many anglers absolutely plummeted down the leaderboard. Yesterday was really impressive with Lowen.
One thing that fans that may not have followed Pickwick prior to this week, this is the second big change in water that these fish have had in as many weeks. Because when we were in Knoxville for the Tennessee River event there, the water got to high levels as well, enough for them to evacuate the McFarland campground like they did this week. So it gets to that extent they need to evacuate, make sure it doesn't flood out and flood the campers. So they evacuated the McFarland. It was high enough, and they sucked it down low. But a couple of my good friends and guides around there said for the Alabama Bass Trail event, this Koger Island region was full of anglers because of that rising and falling water, all the ditches, all of the ample cover that those fish can just jump right up to or jump off of.
Let's get over to our Rookie of the Year leader right now, Brian New, hooked up.
.26. He's supposed to be bigger than that on this place. Keep catching up with little ones today.
Brian New said one of the things he did throughout practice when that water was low was just idle around, and he could visibly just look at brush piles that were just barely sticking out of the water. Said he marked a ton of those. Most of his fish have come this week on a swim jig, those exact piles that he marked when the water was lower.
How about another cull for Tyler Rivette? After we left him, he caught a 314. He's up to the big bag of the day, 18.5. He started about 7 pounds out of the lead. He's close to Lowen now, 314 back.
We'll turn around on him in a second.
Kobe Krieger just put his first keeper in the boat today, our leader to start the day.
I wanted to go right on top of him, but my boat just sort of did that.
Got him back in the top 10.
If we asked Tyler Rivette how he caught that upgrade, he'd probably say in the water on a lure.
Yes.
That's his update for
Near
the day.
some current and rocks, possibly, yeah.
In Pickwick?
Yeah.
You know, Ronnie, something you were talking about, that Alabama Bass Trail and how many fish were caught there around Krieger. Earlier in the week, you know, a lot of the guys that I talked to said that they thought 50 to 60% of this event was going to be in that Krieger, you know, that little 2-3 mile stretch. And really watching it on day 1 and day 2 when it was just that, you know, that flat with all the grass and those ditches and drains. There was not a lot of boats, you know. The real survivors of that Krieger Island have been Lowen, Pollinik, who have been extremely shallow. A lot of the guys that tried to make that, you know, those little back sides of those sandbars work, they're not here today.
Yeah, I think in practice, with the water being lower, those ditches that have the stable grass, all of that high water that Pickwick's had over the last 2 years often comes through so quick, it pulls the grass off the top of the flats in some regions. So the only grass in certain areas that's still there and plentiful are down in the ditches and the sides of those things. So when the water's lower, that's where the fish want to be. They're all hanging out in that highway of grass. And then when it comes up, some of the anglers didn't relocate where they moved to from those ditches.
Chad Pipkins going to be moving up to that island, moving, sliding back, keeping our eye on him today.
And really, if you didn't hang with us this weekend, this is exactly what we've seen in this tournament. The largemouth light up early, and then you see that slow, steady rise after noon from all of our smallmouth anglers.
Rivette just called again with a 312.
Oh, man, does that give him a lead back?
No, he's only at 18-11. He had 3-pounders.
Well, Bill Lowen, very, very comfortable anytime we're in a river situation. Just making all the right moves, and all due to his standard approach.
Yeah. That's the way to start the morning. I never want to show up with a preconceived notion of this is what I'm going to do. So typically I take every event as a new body of water and try to fish the conditions, try to fish what's going on for that time of the year. Because, 99% of the time when we show up on a body of water that we've been to before, that we're very familiar with, that situation or that pattern is not working again. So I don't want to go there with a game plan that this is what I'm going to do. I want to go to each body of water and treat it like a new event.
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, and by Skeeter Boats.
Good Monday morning to you. If you've been watching Bassmaster Live, you know they are going at it hot and heavy on this day. Look at that leaderboard. Bill Lowen started the day in second place, but Tyler Rivette has been on fire. The catch rate has just been incredible today. So much earlier, we're seeing limits from Lowen, from Rivette, from Pollinick, Cherry, Hanselman, and on down the line. Even our Angler of the Year leader, Patrick Walters, with a 5-fish limit. Man, it's just happening much faster today, Mark Zona. There's the cut line for you.
That. Exactly right. Kobe Krieger definitely sliding down our top 10 today. And really looking at that top 10, talking to Justin Atkins, and boy, poor Justin, a brutal week here on his home water. Said this was going to be a smallmouth versus largemouth event. And really in our top 10, Kobe Krieger, probably half of what he's weighed in has been smallmouth. Guys like Steve Kennedy, predominantly smallmouth. Everybody else targeting bigger largemouth.
Yep.
Tommy, and this is rare. This is real rare. The power pole replay of the day. It's not you, Kobe Krieger. Sorry. It's not. It is going to be Tommy Sanders. We've never done this. The power pole replay of the day. It's you, Pickwick Lake. You have showed out this week. We were kind of worried. You see what I did there? We were a little bit worried that man, it might be a little bit painful with all that influx of water from Wilson throughout really the entire Tennessee River. The power pole replay of the day, it's a lake. Yeah, and it's a good one. Ronnie Moore said everybody in the world has voted for Pickwick Lake being the #1 fishery on earth. You are the power pole replay of the day, Pickwick Lake.
So power pole of the day won by water. I love it.
That's right.
Yes,
That's
won
right.
by water. Water's great.
Water is incredible. No doubt about it.
We will address
You know?
the slander from UZ later.
All right.
It would be the fertile confines. The water just keeps moving through, changes.
Yeah, this is
constantly.
technically water from Gunnersville, probably.
Darn it.
Unless he's in against the bank. Yep.
I just came across a blog that reminded me of Keith Combs had a bad finish here, but his practice had a 10-pound, he had a 30-pound bag in practice. Said he had a 10-pounder, 7-pounder, a couple 5-pound fish, and then the floods came and he never relocated them. He said Pipkins did though.
One thing to note as well, yesterday we were talking about the guys who would make a comeback, and we mentioned it. Such brought up the updates of our guy Jake Whitaker. Always makes a comeback on day 2, and yesterday he did. What was in the projected cut, going to be around 46th, 47th place. And Z, for some reason, he got to catching him and thought that he was in the 415 flight and not the 350
You are
flight.
kidding me.
He rolled up to weigh in, just easy breezy, got 16.5 pounds in his bag. I'm going to fish on day 3. Looked at Robert, waved at him, and Robert looked down at his pad of paper and was like, and kind of said something to him. He didn't know what he said. He pulled into the dock, and someone said 15 minutes late, and he was like, oh no. So he got a 0 yesterday and finished 91st instead of making the cut.
I would have said more than oh no.
He did. I just had to keep it nice. No, it was
I understand.
Once in a career deal. There was a couple people late yesterday because Whitaker's penalty. He allowed Paul Mueller to make the cut, who was also late and thought that would have cost him the cut, but he made it in by an ounce.
You know, something we talked about a little bit, Ron, yesterday, and not to be Buzzkill Monday, but Tommy said that we're a third through our season, and we're going to have cuts at the end of this year. I don't know the exact number. I know 10 to 15, I believe.
Because that's how many we bring in from the opens and whatnot. Yeah.
Yes,
More than that,
there are some reoccurring names at the bottom of the leaderboard the last 3 tournaments that they had better start catching them really soon.
So the pressure's going to be amped up this season then, huh, Z?
Absolutely, or they'll be back in the opens.
Yeah, Whitaker fell to about 74th in the AOI points, and then
From
it hurts.
He
He's got
would
to
have
climb
been
back up.
47th.
Yeah.
Such, yes,
Yeah,
44-point difference.
Almost 30 spots.
Yeah. It's still,
There's time.
it's still the third event of the season. But yes, Z is correct on some of those guys. When you lose, we've had 3 very diverse and tough events. Major fog delay at the St. John's. The fishing was hot and cold there at times. The uncertainty locking and whatnot. Then you get to the Tennessee River. An ultimate cold front came through. Lower water there and changing conditions. And then this week, everything thrown their way. It's kind of been a very diverse season.
Hank Cherry completing his limit with a 4-4. He's up to 14.5, 5th place.
Those 2 guys, Rivette and Cherry, are the ones making it work, in that Tennessee, Mississippi region, that west of Bear Creek. That's kind of been the line of, will those guys survive day to day? Clark Winlet, Brandon Card, some of those guys that were that direction didn't really make it 2 days in a row.
painfully slow for Kobe Krieger. Semifinal Monday. Right across the river, you see Steve Kennedy.
Come on, that's the pattern.
Same for Brock Mosley, Z. He's fallen to 26th.
Looking at that quad box right there, though, this was really what was said was going to really transpire in this event. That Koger Island region, you know, that 2 to 3 mile stretch where Pipkins, Bill Lowen, Brandon Pollinik, Corey Johnston are at, against the guys that are from McFarland to the tail race. And that's exactly what you're looking at in that 4 box with Krieger and Kennedy. Hey, Tommy, how about a Mercury move of the day?
Well, hey, you know what? One of the great moves you can make is to be quick out of the starting gate. You know, horse racing's big in South Louisiana. And from Raceland, Louisiana, Tyler Rivette getting off to a quick start today. Super fast start with a quick limit in the boat and has been upgrading steadily ever since.
We talked about flurries of largemouth where these fish will actually regroup every single night with how much current. And hey, these are small areas. Guys like Tyler Rivette or, well, your reigning classic champion, Hank Cherry. We see it with Brandon Pollinick. Your Mercury move of the day, if you see that icon, look at this. Woo! Oh, bing bong! Wow. Peekaboo. Tyler Rivette in 11th place coming into semifinal Monday has absolutely throttled them. Tyler Rivette, you are the Mercury move of the day. I love how that icon pops and shows you a bunch of fish catches.
It gives you plenty of
That's the Mercury move of the day.
Yeah, I love that.
From the Mercury move of the day, Tyler Rivette, if he is somebody on your fantasy team, you're probably very happy. Welcome to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. I wanted to go over a couple stats from day 2, comparing them to day 1, and then also talk some Rapala Bassmaster fantasy fishing. And yesterday we got to see an uptick in limits. We saw 51 roughly, basically the first day of practice for these anglers. They've been off the water for a few days. Yesterday, or day 1 was 51 limits. Yesterday, 63 limits, so an increase of 12 there. We had 6 20-pound bags on day 1, 12 yesterday, so we got to see an increase there as well. Big Bass went up to 7-11. Hank Cherry now has that title. And the big bag was 23-13. Not the biggest of the event, though. That's still Kobe Krieger, his 25-12 on day 1. The cut weight, it was 13-1 on day 1. Would it double and subtract a pound? That was basically what happened, 25-4, just under that double mark from there. And some surprising anglers for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing. A couple of our highest chosen anglers this week not fishing today. Justin Atkins, the local, the hometown, he apologized in his post. He said, I feel for the 49% who trusted me in fantasy fishing. Dropped to 81st place. He caught 1 bass yesterday, and he did it at 323. And he said, hey, I have so many support. I got to go take this in, even though it's going to make no big difference. It's going to maybe move me up 2 or 3 spots from where I'd fallen to. Greg Hackney, we didn't have him on Bass Track yesterday. We were wondering how that flipping bite was going to do. Only 4 fish for him, just missed the cut by a few ounces. 52nd place, 38% of fantasy fishing players chose him. And then Clark Windlet in Bucket D, uncharacteristic Bucket D for him early in the season, 60th place after catching 20 pounds and an ounce on day 1, only 1 2-pounder yesterday, and for 20% of the fantasy fishing players, him dropping out was big for them. So a lot of our chalk percentage guys were looking great after day 1, not so great after day 2. And that cut line, that 50th mark, Tommy, that holds a lot of our anglers out. And the ones who survived are going to try to make it to the top 10 to get extra points there.
That's the plan for today. You've got to do that. You got to make it into the top 10 for Championship Tuesday. Steve Kennedy off to a good start today. It's slowed down just a tiny bit. You see he's left the tail race area, the horseshoe.
That feels like a good one. That was pretty awkward. Awkward hook set.
Fishing an area we've seen Brock Mosley a bunch this week.
I can't tell. I'm gonna land him. Is that a meat mouth? I think it's a mean mouth.
Wow.
It's gorgeous. Another three something. He's got a spotted bass look to him. He looks more like a spot than a smallie. This is 3.5, call it a 3.6. Got a patch. But yeah, I bet that's a mean mouth. I'll take it.
Some lakes it matters because spots are different size limits than smallmouth, but not this week. Everything 15. So
he blew it up.
Totally awkward, but
that's a big mean mouth.
The right kind of place.
I think Davey Hyde had one of those in his,
that's
in his stringer.
3.7. He said the biggest, nicest looking one he's ever seen or caught.
Tommy, let me throw you something with Kennedy last night. We were talking about baits, and he gets a little bit elusive. So I just, I turned the page. I said, Steve, what are you having for dinner? And he started laughing. He said, I'm having vegetable soup, but I really want shrimp. And ended up talking for 55 minutes about shrimp. I literally felt like I was in Forrest Gump with Steve.
Po' boy shrimp
Once you get started talking about shrimp, time goes by real fast.
Hey, this is no joke. We started texting pictures, and granted, when I make those calls, and we try to be fast, I don't want to take a lot of their time. We started texting pictures of different shrimp dinners back and forth.
Oh, nice. That's the perfect way to spend an evening.
Broke in my rod tip on the big swim bait.
Not good. Seen that 2 tournaments in a row with Steve Kennedy.
Breathe, Steve, breathe.
Hey, what do you say we slide back down to Coger Island area? Big miss right there for Steve Kennedy, taking a look at that bank that's been so good to Bill Lowen throughout this week.
He's had our lead for the better part of an hour now.
Sick Humminbird bird's eye view right there with Bill Lowen.
Off the charts.
You can't help but root for that guy to win his first Elite Series tournament.
Yeah, we can't talk about that. I mean, absolutely on the shortest of the short list of great anglers who've never won an Elite Series event. That shows how hard it is to win one of these, but
well deserved too. Oh, if he does it.
What's that? He was rolling, wasn't he?
I remember probably his closest opportunity to do so was the Chesapeake Bay when Aaron Martins took the title. I remember covering him on the water that final day with James Overstreet, and he did have crocodile tears happening because he had 20 pounds so fast. Martins didn't even have a fish yet, and more crowds showed up to him, and he was like, it's going to happen today. And then we saw Martins' flurry in the afternoon that just crippled his chances.
That was one of his 3 runner-up finishes. 2010 at Clear Lake.
Slow day for Brock Mosley so far.
Yeah. But his damage has really been done later in the day so far, doing almost the exact same thing as Steve Kennedy. Was that Pollinick right up from Lowen on that Humminbird bird's eye view? Yeah, we're getting confirmation that was Pollinick. And look, those guys have been, we've seen images, they've been sharing water. I don't know if they've known that, but they've been sharing water together all week long.
Get out of here. Ain't no giant, but Yep.
We're good. Yeah, see, that looks more like one of those Knoxville smallmouth compared to what we've seen built-wise. You know, like that was a long, skinny one.
Back to Buddy Gross. Had been checking in on Buddy for a while here. He's
Stay
still
on there, girl.
looking to put that fifth
Evidently
fish in.
has one hooked up.
Yeah.
Maybe where they went. That was a good move right there.
What a morning so far on Bassmaster Live, man.
Non-stop Pickwick Lake stuff. You cannot get any better than that.
Buddy Gross told me on the phone last night he likes to point his rod right at the bass and keep the tension with his reel, because if they jump or give slack, he can simply pull up to take the slack out, whereas if he's extended all the way with the rod already tight and he loses it, he's going to lose that fish. So for those who have been wondering, we got
There
a
you
little bit
go.
of an answer.
Finally, we have an answer
Yeah.
to that burning question.
Got
there.
it.
Thank you, Ronnie. Bill Lowen, the veteran on top right now. Tyler Rivette, the fast starter on day number 3. We got a lot more to come on Bassmaster Live.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
Non-stop action this morning at this legendary place, Pickwick Lake on the Tennessee River for the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite, third stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. Glad to have you with us today on Bassmaster Live. Oh, one of the true stalwarts of bass fishing, Bill Lowen, the Elite Series veteran on top. Got a slim lead over Tyler Rivette, the young man from South Louisiana. Steve Kennedy, 3-time winner with the Elite Series, making a big play on this day, and our reigning Classic champ. How about this lineup? How about these guys in the top 5 there? Hank, Jerry. Some good stuff for you today. Man, oh man, Mark Zona, Such, Ronnie, guys, you know, most of our tournaments have a familiar trajectory. We start out with the full field, these great 100 anglers just wailing on a place for a couple of days, and then the numbers of available fish start to dwindle. We're kind of going the opposite direction this time around, and that sure makes day number 3 and possibly day number 4 fun.
You know, exactly, Tommy. And we talked about this really in the first hour of this tournament, that this, when this body of water stabilized and started to filter itself just like a toilet and clear up a little bit, that the weights were going to go up. That's exactly what we've seen. Fun fact for you, Such and Ronnie, you know how when Bill Lowen weighs in, his wife and kids, scream unconsciously, right? I found out yesterday from our weighmaster, Dave Mercer, it's not them. It's actually Sago and James Overstreet screaming.
I can see that.
Throughout the last decade.
And Craig Lamb.
Wow. That is absolutely
Right,
Craig Lamb.
That's
I had
so
no idea.
Awkwardly great.
That is good stuff, man. New facts rolled out here in the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. So great to have you with us on this. Man, oh man, 7 hours of Bassmaster Live, but I'm out of breath as we look at what's gone down today. It's just been an amazing journey so far. And we're going to have huge changes on the way. Probably in the next hour, things are going to swap around. Must be unrecognizable after 3 or 4 more hours of fishing. Back out live.
This is the biggest concern right here, is Lowen and Pollinick have been on this stretch the whole tournament. And boy, they are 2 anglers that could
Look at that. Pull my skirt and everything down.
really hurt each other cannibalizing this stretch today.
Got my leg. Must have been holding on to the tail of it, you know what I mean? Old skirt and trailer. My jig's getting broke in.
Getting right now.
I mean, it's getting to the point where I might have to put on a different one.
Slide around, Bill.
Can I go around you?
Sure.
Is that a yeah or a no?
Got him?
Okay.
Right?
I got maybe 13,
Yeah, I ain't
14.
caught the big ones either. Right?
No big ones yet. I'm happy to have 5 though, because I didn't know if I could catch 5. Oh, the irony of flipping a Bill Lowen jig.
Yeah, I've been catching every one of them up through here. Up his backside. What's that? Yeah.
Z, watch out for Hank Sherry. We haven't mentioned him. He's out of cell range right now for his camera. Started 10th. He's got 16 1/4. Had our big fish yesterday, 7-11. He's up to 4th place right now.
Very confident when we got to talk to him after the weigh-in yesterday.
And Z, he's not catching them on baits in March that you would expect him to catch them on whenever you see Hank Sherry doing well in an event. So we'll get to see some of that this afternoon.
Sherry doing a lot of cranking is what the rumor on the street is, Ron.
And yeah. And I will say that it's so hard to beat the tail race at Wilson when it's on. But coming into this event, obviously people thought it might be somewhat of a player, but even more so at the water. It's so hard to do it 4 days. And so just knowing how Pickwick is, I felt like after 2 days it would be topped out. They might still be in the lead or second, third, but everyone else is really going to start catching them in the standings. You know, they're going to continue to catch them while Dan might slip off a little bit.
Kobe Krieger pinned all his stuff on that place first couple of days. Started the day with the lead, but he's struggling today. Just one from down here in the McFarland Park area.
Eerily similar to how his day 1 went. Only difference is day 1, he only had 1 fish in his live well at this time, but it was a big one. It was a 6.5 pounder that Such called out. And you know, the other thing is, and I really felt if somebody could do it up in that region, I thought it was Kennedy.
The first day, and then that one right there is the only other fish that I lost so far, so that's pretty good. Especially fishing with all that current and everything else that you fish in, and the current and this little bitty pole and hooks and everything else.
But man, Kennedy has to execute on bites, especially we saw him break off that last fish, and that was on a big swim bait.
Today, not the day to be losing him.
One thing we did see with Bill Lowen fishing really close to Pollinick. About this time yesterday is when Lowen started to expand on his area and went to some main lake
get
docks.
just a little reprieve here for a little while. See if it makes a difference.
On the inside channel and caught some really big ones later in the day. Got a feeling we'll see him do that again sometime later this morning. And again, we talked about this at the top of the show. This is exactly how this tournament's gone. It is a massive, massive flurry of fish catches, predominantly largemouth every single day.
Put on a little different.
And then as we get kind of that midday area, is when those smallies really start to shine. Goose.
Yeah, we kind of think we'll see Kobe back up in the tail race area later today, where the smallmouth is more predominant. Steve Kennedy.
I think I had 2 more bites the rest of the day. But again, I was looking for big ones. And I say that.
Kennedy and Krieger. Both kind of mixing it up a little bit here, try to keep something in the air, something going. Gross, Brock Mosley, for his day to pick up.
Yeah, and really Brock Mosley's day yesterday, Ron, you and Such were talking about it. It was painful till about 1:30.
Phenomenal after that, came up with more than 20 pounds. Scott Martin, slow for him this morning.
I think Brock is kind of realizing that him and Kennedy and some others are sharing the same water, so he has slid down a little bit farther from Florence to give that a try.
Brandon Pollinick also in that area with Bill Lowen. Pollinick early limit, as he has each of the 3 days so far. He'll want to expand as the day goes on. Incredible views of this terrific fishery. Pickwick Lake here on the Tennessee River. Second event this year on the Tennessee River. Take ourselves a break and come right back for you.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
So much more to come on our full 7 hours of coverage. Bassmaster Live today at stop number 3 for the Bassmaster Elite Series on Pickwick Lake. Big bags coming up there. Tyler Rivette, of course, off to a quick start. Corey Johnston, both those guys coming from outside the top 10, and both of them creeping closer to 20 pounds. I think as we look at our Humminbird bird's eye view of Bill Lowen would probably, if you told him before we started the day that he'd be 3/4 of the way to 20 pounds by this time in the morning, he might be agreeable to that, but he's not going to stop there.
Really taking a look at Bill Lowen right here. The main thing that's been absent, he caught some big blowed up females yesterday on this stretch of bank, and we've seen a solid stringer so far, but not nothing really over that 4 3/4 to 5 pound mark that we saw almost every time he set the hook yesterday morning.
Yeah, he's still got two
Looks like
2.5
an alligator
pounders
out there, don't it? Come on.
Oh, that is the first time we've seen Buddy Gross leave that little point down lake. Trash, Matt.
It'd be weird to throw a lipless there, is he? We saw Zaldane do this, though, yesterday. Veered from his pattern and was able to catch a key fish for him.
Buddy Gross hanging in there in the top 10. Been a good tournament for Buddy, coming off missing a cut on the other end of the Tennessee River, the last Elite Series outing.
Right.
Buddy has righted the ship. He's back in there in the well inside the top 20 for Angler of the Year.
You know, even though there's a lot of trash in there, I mean, that's beautiful watercolor. Just beautiful.
Sky getting a little thicker. What sun we had to start the day is slipping away. Have rain tomorrow. That may change things. So.
Yes. Well, I think Davey nailed it. I mean, these guys that are largemouth fishing, heck, it might make them bite better being the first front that we've had in 5 days.
Yeah.
people were wondering what that might do to the generation or the output of the Wilson Dam, and it doesn't necessarily directly impact Tuesday's competition, but rather the rain on Tuesday would more so affect the flow on Wednesday, because the direct rain, unless it's a torrential downpour throughout the night, and it's not enough to get the whole spillway going.
It's a light rain coming mid-morning.
Right.
Yeah. So you see rain in forecast, but it's not enough to get it like it was day one with current-wise.
Not the gushers. We had 3 inches of rain piled on in hours.
Our leader to start the day, Kobe Krieger, led day one as well.
Just one little baby. Just not really. I mean, it don't matter. The first day I only had one when I come down this bank, and I caught a limit going down through here. Nothing great big, but then I caught all them big ones later in the day. Then yesterday I caught a big one right off the bat and just sort of periodically caught one in here, one there, one here yesterday. So, did your boat break? Your motor?
Way back toward a limit anyway. Got a ways to go. Brandon Pollinick working that same general area as Bill Lowen.
Ronnie nailed it this morning. This is really when both days that we've been with Pollinick and watched what he's caught, this is kind of when it's really stalled out.
Said to watch out for Hank Cherry, his third 4-pound fish, a 4.5, has him in third place with 18-1.
Yeah, let me drop a little
place.
Little knowledge on that, Such. Really, two guys, obviously, and it's Captain Obvious, but Tyler Rivette and Hank Cherry, unlike a lot of the guys that you're looking at on your screen right here, they're both left alone. Like, they have free reign of what they're doing. There's no competitors around them, really, for the most part.
Like, wailed on it and no hook, and then we caught 4. So we got a lot of time left. I got one real nice one and 2 good ones, and feel like we're, just a bite or 2 away from fishing tomorrow. And it's, in practice, if I had 30 or 40 bites, like, not even a couple, hit it and missed it. So, like, it could happen where you could get real good. I keep saying that because I'm excited about it, and I sure would like to fish again because it should be fun. It's getting better. Corey's caught 5 or 6 up there, some real nice ones. So I know they're swimming around. They're doing a little seam swapping. We just got to hit the right one at the right time here and hit a couple of those little patches of grass and catch a couple Piggly Wigglies. We got a lot of time, and we really just need a couple bites. So we're going to keep swinging. We're going to get them. Slow and steady, baby. That's grass fishing and current fishing. Just keep your head down and keep firing. The bites will come.
Pipkins has made some big calls late every day. And it's really strange looking at where Pipkins is and guys that are a little bit more offshore. We talked about it yesterday, Tommy. It's eerily, with all of this current, it's eerily tidal. Like you'll see those spots light up and they'll go for 20 or 30 minutes where it's monotonous. Like this morning was insane for 2 hours. Then you'll see that lull. And it's weird when we come back from our midday break after Davey and Dave do a little bit of stuff up near the McFarland takeoff. When we come back from our break, this lake has exploded the last 2 days.
Exactly.
Hank Cherry's at it again. 3.5 pounder. He's up to 19 on the day.
Has he got the best limit so far? Rivette maybe an ounce or 2?
19-1. Rivette is exact Here, Cherry and Rivette, 19-1 estimated on Bass Track, both of them. Cherry's 3-5 behind Lowen, who has 15-7 estimated on the day. Patrick Walters, our AOI leader, just jumped into the top 10 at 10th. He's got a limit, about 15 pounds almost. Right behind her is our Rookie of the Year leader, Brian New in 11th. Brad Watley made a big charge yesterday. He's up to 12th place.
I think you were right, Such. You whispered to me, was that Brad Watley near Kobe Krieger? I believe so. And he had a trying day yesterday despite having a big bag. Some mechanical deals are keeping him closer to the ramp today. But if you're going to be closer to the ramp, it's probably the best place to be at this week because you can fish around plenty.
There's worse ramps you could be around.
He's got no monsters. All his fish are in the 3-pound range, 3.2 to 3.10. So 16-14 total. Just wonder if he's on that smallmouth bite, Ronnie, right? I think he had some yesterday.
I guess one thing really surprising, almost half of your anglers in the top 12, not going to give exact locations, half of your anglers, Ronnie, downstream of the Trace Bridge. Did not see that coming. Yep.
Yeah, before today, we can look at Bass Track and we see the little boat icons and the leaders, the top 10 turn a different color. And it was pretty evenly spread out. Today, most of them are further west.
Surprising.
Switched.
Yes.
And Rivette is moving around over there and switching between Waterloo and Mississippi.
Yeah. Saw one big spinnerbait fish from Bill Lowen yesterday, later in the afternoon.
Tied that spinnerbait on. Got some quick results yesterday. Bill Lowen still hanging on to our lead right now. Ahead of Hank Cherry, a streaking Hank Cherry, who is now tied for the biggest limit of the day.
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkeley.
Bassmaster Elite Series, day number 3 here at Pickwick Lake. And on Bassmaster Live, we love tour de force displays of fishing awesomeness, but we don't like runaways. No, we don't necessarily like runaways, and I don't think we've got anything like that in progress right now. It is good, tight competition at the top of that leaderboard, second place. To start the day, Bill Lowen has occupied the top spot for a good long time, but Hank Cherry streaking today. Absolutely. Corey Johnston as well, and Tyler Rivette, man. Johnston and Rivette coming from outside the top 10 to be big time difference makers on this day number 3, and plenty more changes to come as we welcome in our colleagues, Dave and Davey. Dave Mercer and Davey Heighton, guys, I know you're keeping your eyes on the big changes and the subtle ones as well. Dave, what's the big one that you're seeing so far?
Davey, I mean, we kind of talked about it before, this day started, and it's kind of, I'm wondering if Davey has to stick with Kobe Krieger. I mean, because the last time we were here a decade ago, guys, I remember walking down the dock and everybody said to me, oh yeah, but the dam, it always peters out. Davey, you got to stick with Kobe, no?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm pulling for for the tournament to be won up there. You know, it's sentimental to me, that tail race, but boy, he is struggling today, and actually has spent more time here close to McFarland Park than he has up there at the tail race. He just went back up there a few minutes ago, though.
Davey, real quick, we're looking at almost half of our leaders are fishing downstream from the Trace Bridge, which really a lot of the regional tournaments, there have not been that many big stringers caught down there for multiple days. Does it surprise you, and is it a factor of possibly just more stable water on that lower end?
Well, Z, I think you're exactly right with more stable water, but here's one thing that we often don't talk about or we don't think about. These anglers are great. You and I, we've been getting the information that, hey, the Alabama Bass Trail, a lot of fish were caught around Coger Island, but these guys just went fishing here with no information, and obviously there's bass to be caught west of here.
Well, I want to thank the whole crew over at the Marathon Studios, but you know what time it is, Davey? It's time for our Toyota Midday Report here at Lakeside. I mean, we're seeing the action going down all day long, but it is the Toyota Midday Report, and let's have a look at what's been going down on this historic fishery. Pickwick, the guy who's had the lead since day number 1, Kobe Krieger, and the question is, can Kobe hold on?
Well, the one thing he said this morning is, I'm all in from McFarland Park to the tail race. I'll be practicing if I go down from there, so we're going to find out if it can hold up. I do like the fact that he said he was all in, but man, it isn't good where he's been able to just pick up keepers along the shoreline here close to McFarland Park. The current has changed. Things are much different today. We saw Scott Martin start close to here. He left really early. So Kobe Krieger is all in about 2 miles of Pickwick. But, man, it is slow for him this morning.
Big bites have made big differences in this tournament. And Corey Johnston, for once again, the second tournament in a row, a Canadian making major noise on our leaderboard.
Yeah, Dave, Corey got off to a great start this morning. He's another angler that had a good practice. He was so excited about going, catching a lot of big fish in his practice period. The water coming up and all the current really changed things up. But he is fishing again today, and you might see bigger and better things coming each and every day from Corey Johnston today and tomorrow.
Well, here's a guy who has literally fished by the seat of his pants from the beginning of this tournament, done all his damage early. I mean, if this was a 2-hour derby, there is no question who would be winning this tournament.
He's obviously had a great starting spot, and very surprising that his starting spot has held up with the water falling like it has yesterday and today, the current changing, but this spot for Brandon Pollinik just keeps reloading. He's fishing a Rapala BX Brat 6. Red primarily, switched up the colors just a little bit. We've seen him flip and do a few other things, but you're right, this starting spot, cranking, no matter what the current is, it's been great for Brandon Pollinik.
Can we just give him a look?
It's happened early and often for him day after day, but yet to put something together in the afternoon. But when they're eating it like that, I mean, who cares about the afternoon when your morning starts like that?
Yeah, when you know you've got it dialed in, when you see there's another fish that you don't see the bait at all. You know you've got everything dialed in when you see the bait just totally down in those fish's mouth like that.
When all you see is line coming out of their mouth, life is good. But here's a guy whose life is always good. Chad Pipkins has been in this tournament since day number 1, had a great, and actually gave BP a little love the other day, said he might have helped him out a little bit in this, but it's paying off.
Yeah, it is, and he's one of the few anglers that's basically been able to sit on one waypoint, moving around just a little bit. He was talking about how his 360 was helping him this morning. But he has basically lived on one hole. We heard Corey Johnston say he had a good practice there. And we see this with a couple anglers. Actually, where they found those fish in practice, even though the water came up, depending on which day of practice they located these fish, the water coming up anywhere 4, 5, maybe 6 feet, those fish have stayed in place.
Sometimes a loss can be everything, and one of the interesting things he said to me on day number 1, he went to that spot in the first 2 hours, never really had much, but lost one big fish, and that one big fish gave him the confidence to stay there and obviously grind his way to a great spot in this event. And it'll be interesting to see if he can keep it together for another 2 days on this rare, beginning of the week, last 2 days of this tournament. But here's a guy, every time you come here to Moving Water, and every time you come to a tournament where you're going to have to fish, literally the moment in front of you, Steve Kendi is a guy you got to watch out for.
So 10 years ago when I fished up there below the Wilson Dam, Steve Kennedy was around in the area all 4 days. And I could tell Steve Kennedy's got a lot of history here up on that upper end especially. Very surprised that he didn't start there on day one. To be quite honest with you, he saved his day when he did go up there late in the day on day one. Had he started there, he might be leading this event right now. But Steve Kennedy is certainly someone you better keep an eye on. I think he's probably got the best opportunity of any angler if he just stays above the bridge here at McFarland.
He said on stage yesterday, he's like, I don't know what makes me good at this. So I'm going to ask you, Davey, what makes him good at this?
Well, he just understands. You see him right there up against a bluff wall. He understands the current so well, whether it's right in the tail race or on one of these bluff walls.
Speaking of understanding, the river rat himself, Bill Lowen, you watch bass fishing, and you can't help but cheer for this guy to get a title here this week.
So when I think of Bill Lowen this week, you and I talked about it, Zona and I talked about it. He was not very positive about this event, and normally he is. He did not have a good practice, but what we talked about is very likely that someone could win this event that doesn't think they're going to even catch a limit. And Bill Lowen has done well each and every day, had over 20 pounds first and second day. Today he's well on his way. He's got about 15 or 16 pounds with a lot of fishing time to go.
Bill Lowen, obviously an 11-time Classic qualifier. The Elite title has eluded him. He's been so close so many times in the past, but watching the way he fishes, there's no shocker that he's in the mix here this week, is there, Davey?
It's not, but man, there are some other guys that did exactly what Bill Lowen did, but just didn't catch the fish. It's really amazing.
You know, the startling thing about this tournament, when you look at how good these guys are doing, and I hate to harp on it, but it is shocking the number of favorites coming into this event, outside of even Justin Atkins, who obviously I think had close to 50% of the people pick him in fantasy fishing, but Scott Canterbury, Gerald Swindle, so many that you would have thought. Why do you think it didn't bode well for the Alabama anglers, or many of the favorites anyway?
You know, I'm just getting to know Justin Atkins a little bit. I've certainly heard a lot about him, and he's a great fisherman, and he was a big favorite here. But I've been in those situations. It's your home lake. It's a big body of water. There's so many things that you want to do that you try to do a lot of them, and before you know it, it's time to weigh in. It can happen to anyone. This is a gigantic fishery that fish can be caught, obviously, from one end to the other. We've seen that. And that's what happens to some of the anglers. They get caught up in trying to do a little too much and run around a little too much, and then all of a sudden it's time to weigh in.
But he was there. There aren't many spots like this, are there? This is crazy.
All week we've heard anglers talk about making adjustments, changing with the fish. Are they big adjustments, Davey? How big are the movements these fish are making?
In this current, I don't think they move very far at all. These fish are just looking for seams. They want to be close to hard current. This is a perfect example right there with Kobe Krieger and Steve Kennedy. You see they are very close to super strong current, but just barely out of it. And that's exactly what those fish want to do. So this morning I was on the dock and Kobe Krieger was talking to someone over on the other side of the dock and said, and I don't see how the guys fish this current without spot lock like we have now. I was standing there. He didn't even know I was behind him. It was dark. I said, it was very difficult, man. There's a lot going on there and all that current and trying to hold a trolling motor. But with spot lock, it makes it much, much easier.
That is one of the major points. I mean, like you said, spotlight, when you think about it, really, I did not realize how close I was standing to greatness. You did all this without spotlock. Tell me how much time did you burn in that tournament? Really just repositioning and holding yourself. It had to be impossible.
So one of the biggest keys, in my opinion, with spotlock is when you catch a fish, what happens to your boat without spotlock? Yeah. You drift in this current. Oftentimes you could drift, and I'm not exaggerating, 300, 400, 500 yards and then have to start up the big engine and get back up there. So that was one of the big things. Obviously, it's just a lot of work, mentally and physically while you're fishing, but when you're landing a fish and then when you're culling fish, the boat can move several hundred yards. It really burns a lot of your fishing time.
Kobe said on stage that some of the water down below might be getting clear, but his water's getting dirtier, and now we keep hearing there's less flow coming through there. Supposed to have some rain tomorrow. Is that going to come quick enough to help them, or is that days away from helping them?
Yeah, I don't think we're going to have enough. They're calling for rain to start about mid-morning. It takes, what we had happen here, basically an uncommon downpour of several inches of rain to really affect that current up there. I don't think it's going to. It might just stabilize a little better because it's been falling and slowing down a little bit this morning. I know that's hard to believe, but if you look at that picture of Kobe there, 2 days ago, that picture was quite different. A lot more water was coming across those rocks.
Let's join Scott Martin. Everybody wants to see how Scott Martin's doing. Left the dock this morning in third place and did not spend as much time close to takeoff, it seemed to me, Davey, did he?
No, he didn't. And I've been around Scott all 3 mornings now, and this morning I noticed when I pulled out right after he did, I was like, wow, this current's different. And after about 5 minutes of fishing, Scott said to me, this current's a lot different. It has been the last few days, and it certainly is. But still a lot of fish around here. But that strong current where Scott's been starting just positions those fish where he was able, he figured them out the first day, and he was able to catch them for 2 days.
I left the rain on the lake, and when I tell you, literally there was not one single spot I could get on. Everybody is on everything. The word is out. So I made a big loop, came back up and fished some new water that looked good on the map. Didn't catch much there at all. And I'm gonna make a pass down this little wall. I'm gonna get some fuel, because we might have to run around a little bit today just to be able to get on. If I can get on a couple of those places or find a fresh batch of fish, I'll be fine. I found a couple new schools every day anyways, but it is a little, I kind of expected there'd be a lot more traffic today on those spots. I mean, these guys are good. They find it all. So you only need a couple good spots to catch 20 pounds, that's for sure. So I'm not really worried about it. Just have to fish smart,
That's where we caught him. Came back to where we caught him this morning, thinking, giving him a break, maybe there'd be a few show up. But so far, they have not wanted to. They're still absent. I'm gonna.
Two anglers that have done all of their damage in the morning, or a lot of it anyways. Is what we're seeing here the fact that they've just started a little slower than we've seen the first 2 days? Is that just directly related to the current?
Yeah, it certainly is with Scott here, but gosh, when he's been leaving here, especially yesterday, he caught a lot of fish, and for him to go way downstream and then loop back and come back up and have no more fish in his live well than he does at this point is very surprising to me, and I'm sure it is to him. I mean, he's got to be shocked right now. I didn't hear him say the exact numbers. I think I heard Zona say earlier that Scott told him he'd caught like 30 or 40 fish. So a very, very different day for him today. But a lot of time to fish. You keep moving. You keep putting yourself in those right places for those fish when they do set up to feed, and things can change in a hurry.
If you don't think it was shocking for him, you heard him say he might need to get some gas. So, I mean, he definitely wasn't planning on doing a lot of running. But let's check out Bill Lowen. Bill Lowen, everybody wanting to know what's going on with Bill Lowen. And Bill Lowen, man, his family was remarkably calm this morning. And that made me think, oh, boy, maybe that, you know what I mean? Because I love their passion. I love their support. But I think they kind of feel like this could be his time.
Well, I wouldn't bet against him. And he's long overdue for a win. He's He's had several very close calls, and then, like we talked about a little bit yesterday, just one of the guys that you expect to see fishing on day 3, like he is here today, but not just fishing today, but with the lead and doing what he loves to do. When you see someone in position to win, or you think they have a chance to win, and then you see someone that's doing what they love to do, a flipping stick in his hand, a jig on the end of his line, look out for him to be around and be someone you're going to have to outfish tomorrow.
How different is that as a competitor? Okay.
Well, uh-oh, tear my trolling motor off. The update is don't crash into docks like that. It is about 10:15. We got a limit already this morning. Caught a limit pretty quick, just missing those big ones like we had yesterday. I think I got about 15 pounds. Right now we're just focusing, keeping our head down, trying to get a big bite. Like I said, we've had quite a few bites this morning, just have not got that big bite yet, but the day's still long. We're just going to keep grinding. I had a lot of bites on some docks yesterday, caught one good one, but I didn't fish them very long, so I'm literally fishing right there on that island, so I just jumped over here and just trying to make something happen. I know there's a pile of fish here, and I know they've slid to that island, so there's no reason they shouldn't have slid to these docks as well. So that's why we're here trying it. So stick with us. We got to get some big bites, and we ain't going to quit till it's time to go.
Five fish in the box with nothing to do but chase down a big bite all day makes Dollar Bill very scary, Davey.
Absolutely. He's just where he was yesterday, maybe a little ahead, absent one or two bigger bites, but a lot of fishing time left. I really think that the wind is turned coming out of the southeast maybe, and the largemouth bite could certainly pick up for Bill Lowen and some of the other anglers.
Bill Lowen, the question is, is this the time? Is it time for Dollar Bill? Is it finally going to happen? Right now he's on top of the leaderboard, but look out right behind him. Our reigning classic champion, Hank Cherry, and the crazy insider story is Tyler Rivette said on day 1, Hank Cherry gave him a little tip. Well, that might not be a good tip by the end of this come Hank Cherry, because they're sitting in 1, 2, and 3. We'll follow the action all day long on Bass Live right here from the shores of Florence, Alabama.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
A very rare semi-final Monday here on beautiful Pickwick Lake at the third stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series. The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake in beautiful Florence, Alabama. Skeeter Boats Angler of the Year watch, and it's time to pay attention because look out! A brand new leader, Patrick Walters, young Patrick Walters atop the leaderboard. And Seth Fighter after that hot start in Florida, you got to watch out for him when we get north.
Yeah, you definitely do. I mean, there's some great names there. Brandon Pollinick, a winner from a few years back. Greg Hackney down in 5th place. Just a little slip yesterday, but still very, very close to top 5.
Well, the guy in 3rd place on that list is Brian New. And wow, what a season. Said he wanted to win Angler of the Year, Rookie of the Year, and the Classic. And nobody can argue with him right now. He's already won an Elite and in contention here again this weekend, sitting in 3rd place in our Angler of the Year race.
Smallmouth, I bet. I don't know how big he is, but he feels good. He's fun. Bet it's a smallmouth the way he's fighting. No, it's a largemouth. That the one I just culled.
So I was able to talk to Brian New a little bit this morning, and he said, I burned 50 gallons of gas yesterday, but I think I've dialed in just a few spots and not going to run around nearly as much this morning. So he's already culling. Look out for him to have another good day.
Guy who hasn't moved far from our takeoff all week long, Kobe Krieger, once again up by the dam.
Seeing him mix up a swim bait and a crank bait primarily, a little bit of spinner bait.
You went through lulls up there. What goes through your mind in these times, Davey?
Oh, I just had confidence that the right size of fish were there to be caught, and they were not going anywhere. If I wasn't catching them, I'd just try to move around and figure out which boulder the next nice fish was positioned. And you know, that final day was a total different animal because they didn't run water at all until midday. But the first 3 days, it was just keep moving around until you find where they've set up, because those fish just like a boat. You know, if a fish gets out on that current, sticks his nose out there chasing a shad and doesn't get it, he might reposition 30 or 40 feet away.
Come on now.
Sorry about that.
That's the thing to focus on. You don't need all the fish. You just need the right ones. And he's got the 10 right ones so far at the halfway point of this tournament.
Not so much today. Nobody loved me.
Back to Brian New.
Boy, so much diversity. You go from the tail race to flipping boat docks to fishing bridge pilings.
It's fun when you get to catch them every couple casts. I like it when they're bigger, but this one is bigger. Come here, big brown. No! You knew better than that. You knew better than that. You knew better than that, you idiot. Oh well. Can't take it back now. Tried a boat flipping 4-pound smallmouth on 8-pound line. That was stupid.
There he is. There he is. Oh, there we go, boys. that helps. See, we don't need to catch 50 today. We don't need to catch 50 today. We just need to catch them like this. Oh, wow, that's a big one, dude. That's the biggest smallmouth I've caught since I've been here. Look at that, guys. Wow. We're going so fast, like 7-mile-an-hour current right now. Holy cow, let me get him back in there. But that's what it's about, guys. It's about size of fish like that. So that helps. That's a 4.5 pounder. Probably close to 5-pound smallmouth. And I'm boat swinging them, dude. I'm scared to lip them. With all this current. All right, that makes me feel better. We need 3 more bites like that. Fish tomorrow. Okay, back where it all began. I know.
Boy, that sure helps. That
They're
sure
not
helps
really
a
wanting to
lot.
bite.
He was, I think, still on just one fish for
The one I
about
caught
2
with
pounds.
chatterbait barely had it, and that one barely had it too. Just slapped at it. Makes me nervous boat swinging them like that, dude. But I'm just telling you, trying to land a fish like that in this current with a boat spinning around everywhere, like that's not easy or safe.
If those last two hookups don't explain the thrill of victory and the agony of angling, let's just watch it again. No way to make pain better than to repeat it.
So the big thing here that, and Brian New told us, I think he's doing the right thing at that point. And then he said, gosh, I shouldn't have tried to flip a 4-pound smallmouth with 8-pound test line. That's a big key there. That probably not a good idea. And Brian said he knew that. I didn't get a great look at it, but that crankbait that Scott Martin was throwing looked just like the one Kobe Krieger's been throwing.
New's passion is really addictive. Like, watching him weigh in, I love it. I mean, really, he's shaking. He's all over talking about power washing and all sorts of tomfoolery. But, I mean, it's honestly like your next door neighbor just made the Elite Series. You know what I mean? Even his reaction to losing that fish. Oh, well, right. We can't change it now.
You can see his passion and his love for what he's been able to accomplish to be on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And he's doing a great job. Makes everything go even better.
Strange morning. Yeah, I couldn't get on anything. All the stuff I've been fishing's got a boat on it. So.
Do you imagine we'll see more different techniques play, or are they kind of locked into the way they're fishing?
I think individual people are, but the more we get a look at different people, have cameras on different people, whether it's Skyping them or with our 10 cameras in the boats, there's just, every angler we see is doing something different. It's really amazing. I mean, even with like Steve Kennedy and Kobe Krieger that are our highest competitors in the tail race, Steve Kennedy's fishing totally different than Kobe Krieger.
A lot of times in tournaments, you'll see an angler ride one technique, and then as the tournament moves on, they have to get a little bit more finessey. Is the fact that you don't have to change, has that got a lot to do with the fact that it's a river and it's always moving, so are the fish?
Current and water clarity, watercolor, yeah, no doubt about it. Now on the lower end, it seems the anglers that I've talked to, it is clearing up, down there, and that hurt some of those fishermen yesterday. Maybe just didn't adjust with their baits, but we've seen this in other places, but some of these anglers are catching them in exactly where they were in practice. Those fish let the water come up and they never moved up with it. And I think that's what hurt a lot of the largemouth fishermen that went to the bank like you think you should do. A lot of those fish just stayed put.
You got to think, too, the fact that pre-fish was so good. Like, literally, anglers came into this event telling me last place could be 14 pounds a day. Do you think that has a major reason why a lot of maybe the favorites coming into this stumbled, because it was so good, so you're so locked into it?
Yeah, I've thought about it a lot, because we saw some great fishermen just not have the tournament that they were expecting to have. Number one, because they're great fishermen, but number two, they'd had a great practice. And I thought about it so much, and talk to Hank Cherry, saying that I know the fish that I located in practice stayed exactly where they were. I think a lot of the anglers fished their deeper stuff. They didn't bite quick, so they went to the bank and rode it off, and they maybe should have spent more time like a Chad Pipkins did.
At this point in the tournament, anglers settling into their areas, but we've got anglers spread all over the lake, as you can see in our Minn Kota Unlock the Lake. Anything stand out to you here, Davey?
Well, like you said, they're spread out throughout the lake, all the way from one dam to the other, literally, and that's just a sign of a great fishery. The thing that's surprising to me when I see this Minn Kota Unlock the Lake, anglers have not moved very far in 3 days. When I see a Brock Mosley, I've seen him there for 3 days. Where I see a Scott Martin just a minute ago, I've seen him there for 3 days. Saw a Skylar Hamilton in the same place for 3 days. So they've really locked in, but it's really incredible. There's a Seth Fighter about mid-lake or so. It's really incredible how with only 50 anglers out there, you see them so well spread out. It's just a sign of a great fishery.
That, of course, your Minn Kota unlocked the lake, but our anglers will have to continue to unlock this incredible lake. In historic Florence, Alabama, Pickwick Lake, it always delivers, and our anglers are doing it again here today on the Bassmaster Elite Series. This incredible area, known for much more than just fishing, Davey. Muscle Shoals Sound Studio, and I was lucky enough to get a tour of that incredible facility. A band that many people may not know about. I mean, you know the line from the song, Sweet Home Alabama. Muscle Shoals has the Swampers. Well, the Swampers were 4 incredible individuals that literally affected, I bet you 60% of the amazing music that I love came from that building. You name it, whether it be the Rolling Stones, whether it be Leonard Skinner, Bob Seger, Aretha Franklin, Jimmy Cliff, so many amazing, Willie Nelson. I mean, you name it, it is incredible. It all happened in that small building. I mean, a small building that you could literally just drive past without even noticing. But those 4 amazing musicians, their sound spread all around the world. And I think after we're done our segment, Davey, you're going to visit it, aren't you?
Well, I can't help but go. It's just been incredible to hear you talk about it, and I'm going to find a way to get over there sometime before I leave Florence, Alabama.
It really is a treat. Speaking of a treat, let's join Brock Mosley.
There he is.
Cutting them close, ain't I?
Yes, sir.
Ain't no big one, but solid one. Solid. Some toll-free numbers calling me in there. I have to call you back.
Started off his career representing Mississippi as a collegiate angler and putting together a pretty stout Elite Series career, 2 bridesmaid finishes, and Brock Mosley for the first time in contention in his part of the country. But speaking of contention, let's look at Steve Kennedy.
Come on, baby. Another chunk spot, but I don't believe it's gonna help me. It says 2.5. I don't remember having one that small. I don't have one this small. Pretty chunk, but need a bagging.
Steve Kennedy, it's called several chunk spots, but he needs a big smallmouth.
Look at Chad Pipkins there, but right over his shoulder, you see Brandon Pollinik. He's right in there. And when you talk about Steve Kennedy, is there anybody in the Elite Series that literally loves fishing more? Like, I mean, I'm not just talking bass fishing. I mean, if you told him there's big catfish around the corner, he would go catch them.
Yeah, he truly loves it. The only person that comes to mind we were just talking about earlier, Brian New, you can tell he truly loves being out there every single day. Even when the fish broke his line, it was, it's okay.
Kennedy will fish for everything, though. I mean, like, when we go up to Michigan, he wants to catch salmon. I mean, I've seen him wade in Arkansas across the river, trying to catch some brown trout. It is really amazing, and that's a cool part of his lifestyle with his family. That's a major reason and a major benefit to living on the road in the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Well, I've not ran right to the juice, and Corey has went to it. Trying to stay out of Pipkins way, and I've been catching them up by that island some, but I was working my way to it. I should have went to it earlier.
He does that, Davey. Corey does that. He did that to me for so much.
About right there is where he needs to spot lock and cast. And that's where they're at.
You really don't want that, though, Brandon.
Dang it.
But you're right. I mean, I know you fished against him through the years, but when you stop a little short of your best spot, kind of letting it rest a little more, and you think you might catch one or two on the way, and you see another angler do that, it's like, yeah, I knew better. Chad hooked up.
Giant, oh my God, oh my God. Please, God. Please. Yeah! Good luck, John's back. Thank you, Mr. Brandon Pollinick, for showing up. Woo! Get you some of that.
Choke it.
Choked it.
Choke
Woo!
That's literally every day now.
I love you, buddy.
That's 3 days in a row.
It's every time we talk, too. I thought he missed it. Hit it so hard. What? Yeah. Damn. She done got it good. I couldn't even catch her.
Show me that baby.
Oh! Mwah. That's a 6-pounder maybe, huh? 5.5. 5.5 for sure. I'm getting excited. I won't tag it, but I'll throw it in there with the tag. Woo!
That's a high five.
God! Thanks, buddy. I told him I was getting ready to leave. I'm like, no, Brandon's here. I got to give it at least 15 to 20. Get you some of that. Because Daddy wants some ice cream and Truly. I missed out on it yesterday. No.
Brandon Pollinik's been his good luck charm this week.
We waited a long time for 5 yesterday and today, but it was the right one. You got something against ice cream and Truly? Come on. Man. Woo! That's how those other bites were too, just boom. Or I think I said yesterday, boom. I couldn't catch it, and I'm like, oh, my deal's not vibrating anymore. It might be in its mouth. Ooh, that was the bite we needed. I'm gonna send you a picture of that tonight. I like it. Ice cream float in Truly.
Let's have another look at that incredible eat for Chad Pipkins.
Every time I show up, he catches a
Pollinik gets a front row view. Every single time Pollinik pulls up, I mean, he hooks up. I mean, he's just... And I don't think that dance and all those shenanigans there are going to do anything to scare Corey Johnston out of the area. I mean...
Yeah, that's certainly a good point. I'm sure Corey Johnston heard all that and turned and looked back and saw Chad Pipkins land a 6-pounder. So Corey probably be around there the rest of the day. Of course, he was right there this morning, got a great start, real close to Chad Pipkins this morning.
I mean, and why wear those shorts if you're not going to do that fancy dance on the front deck? I mean, that's why you make the bat. Look at it. We've talked about the Swampers. Now we have whatever Pipkins is doing up there in the front deck. I never thought catching a 5 to 6 pounder could look so incredible.
Yeah, I'm gonna say 6 though. I mean, he that's a solid fish. All these fish are so healthy. They're a little deceiving because they don't look long because they're so round. So Brandon, he just kind of got caught in the middle there between Corey and Chad.
When it hit,
But Brandon will catch his share, no doubt.
I couldn't feel the blade anymore.
I don't know about Brandon, but...
I'm like, oh gosh. That's why I ran to the back there. I tried to get up that extra 10 or 15 feet. I've done a lot better job of that today and yesterday. The first day I lost 5, like 3 of them were big. I never could catch them because I wasn't used to the current and they were swimming so fast. So then I started, once I tightened down on them, I'd run to the back and then hit them again. I couldn't get the hook in them before they'd go. I mean, you don't have to do that, you know, when they're hitting it in practice and there's no current, they're just easing with it. But I'm telling you, there is a pile of fish down here and they're just sitting in that current. And when you pull it over one's head, it reacts and they rush down with the current. And you can only turn the handle so fast. And like I said, day 1, I lost at least 3 big ones and missed 2 or 3 others because I couldn't catch them. I wasn't ready for them to swim. And so sometimes, I mean, Ike and Ellie does it a little more than you need to. But sometimes the only way to catch them when you're cranking that handle quick is to run to the back. You can scoop up 10 or 15 feet. And then that's why you saw me set again, because the last thing you want is that fish to have that bait clamped. You know, they've got real strong mouths, and you don't have a hook in them yet, you know? So sometimes I might have got the hook in that fish right there. You don't know until you feel the meat.
Woo. Wow, an incredible fish catch. And if Pollinik does not make the cut, I mean, I'm going to say Chad Pipkins needs to pin him to his lapel like a little Moshishi because he is his good luck charm. Getting it done out here on day number 3, Davey Height. Big bites like that are what it takes to get this title.
Absolutely does. And Chad Pipkins get a 6-pounder there will certainly help his cause. We'll be right back here on the shores of Pickwick Lake.
I love you, buddy. Every time we talk, too, I thought he missed it. Hit it so hard.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
The historic Shoals area right here in Florence, Alabama. Have a look at our map, and man, these anglers have been doing damage on Pickwick Lake, but a lot of damage coming from one guy just a few moments ago, and that will be our power pole replay of the day.
This is always something that we vote on. And certainly gets my vote right now. 6-pounder, and you can tell he's super excited. Chad Pipkins, you have to be our power pole replay of the day, and it's so current, just minutes ago.
And as if the fish catch wasn't enough, I mean, the dance sells it. That's the celly right there. I mean, it's not quite skidding your knees, but that's a powerful replay of the day if I have ever seen one.
Yes, super, super excited. So here's one thing. I know sometimes people say, how does a guy that fishes so much is caught smallmouth that size? How does he get so excited? Well, let's keep in mind someone's going to walk off from here tomorrow with a $100,000 check. So that's one reason to get excited about a 6-pounder.
Do you ever wonder what fishing's like? Just go
Just
tournament
like
fishing.
I said,
It's
man,
like
we
fishing
gotta
on
keep milling
steroids,
around,
really.
up and down. There's like 2 or 3 seams here, little sandbars with grass and whatnot, and they just keep changing. I have one up and down here, I think 4 times already. I had not caught one in the middle yet. I caught most of them on the back end today. The other 4 had a couple good ones missed back there, and that was the first bite I got in the middle, and it was a solid, 5+. You gotta stay with it. I'm telling you, like, if the water comes down another foot or so, it's just they're gonna keep positioning. This mile stretch here between here and down towards the bridge from us has had the best grass on the lake, I thought, and the nice ditches, like good flow, and there was just a lot of big fish in these ditches, and they kind of got washed out, and it pushed them up in here. In practice, I had never fished up here because it was dry land. There was just enough water where that grass could still grow, and now they're sitting on those edges, and most of the fish I'm catching are in those little ditches, like I'd call them sandbar edges, and they're sitting on little clumps of grass, and every time we get around one of those, that's where I slow down, spot lock, and make some casts, because you can swim it right over them. They're wanting it so slow, it's painful. It's super fun to catch them, but I'm not out here like cranking this chatterbait, and we're just slow crawling it, kind of wiggling it through like a worm. I think they're just sitting down there, and every once in a while you go right over their face, and one snatches it. If they get to eating, I think you're gonna catch 30 or 40 and have a shot at catching 25, 30 pounds, but they're not chewing yet, but they're chewing enough to keep us up in here for the Truly Ice Cream Sundae coming up. We need 2 more cherries to put on top, and we'll be sitting real pretty.
I gotta believe also the way he's catching them, the fact that he's having to pay so much attention to bites so subtle that also adds to that reaction. No?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And he'd have fished up through there 3 or 4 times, and then said he was about to leave, and his patience certainly paid off.
Buddy Gross hooked up.
It's absolutely incredible to watch Buddy Gross hooked up. No dancing, you can barely tell he's got a bass on the end of his line.
And now for something completely different.
Boy, this looks like a good one. Taking his time. Saw him lose a couple big fish by the boat, day 1 and 2, but got that one in the boat.
That's a good coil right there. That's what we needed. She ain't bleeding. Golly, that right there ain't doing good. He playing possum on, wasn't he?
Good coil right there for Buddy Gross.
Over to the good luck charm, Brandon Pollinik.
Boy, we're starting to see the largemouth play.
Stay on there. It's running right at me. I don't know what I got. I don't think it's a bass. Oh my gosh, it just came off. I don't know what that was. I think it's a catfish. Got a little slime on my line. That had to have been a catfish. It felt like it was rolling like one. Whew. Pretty sure it was a catfish.
Buddy Gross hooked up again.
That there should help.
Oh, boy. You might want to keep an eye on Buddy Gross. That's probably not going to be the last one we see him put in the boat here in the next few minutes.
There'll be no dancing with Buddy. His dance card is full.
Quit it. Quit it. Hey, quit it.
Had a camera with him all 3 days. It's no surprise to see him catching them.
Let's get back to Pipkins. I like dancers. I mean, I'm a fan of dancers, Davey. I'm sure Buddy is a wonderful dancer. I should not say that about him, but doesn't do a lot of dancing on the water. Pipkins, the way he's fishing here, tell me how much that big bite, specifically every bite gives you confidence, but a big bite like that has got to give you a giant boost of confidence.
Well, I mean, Chad mentioned it earlier. One big bite here in practice gave him the confidence to come there, be there and be patient. And that's just something when you're on a lake like Pickwick. 10 little bites do not equal one big bite. You know you've got to have those bigger fish to be in contention to win here. And you see guys throwing bigger chatterbaits, bigger swim baits, oftentimes bigger crankbaits, jigs, that sort of thing, baits that are going to catch you those big fish.
To the naked eye, it kind of looks like he's, making a bunch of casts in the same direction. Is it the same line, or is he working a bunch of different areas in there?
He's working up and down, but I think he's only really pinpointed on a couple little key corners, but probably about a half-mile stretch, I think, that he's fishing through there. But a couple of those little corners, there again, because of the current, are key, and give those fish a chance to reload. And Hank Cherry talked about it a little bit yesterday, seeing the fish on his graphs. When you'd catch one, you wouldn't see any fish, and catch one, and you'd see a group of them follow that fish up. Well, when you land that fish, it takes those fish a little while to set up again, and that's why I like Chad Pipkins. He's not going to catch one every cast, because when those fish come off of those corners, it takes them a little while to set up. So just being patient, and those quality fish give you all the confidence in the world.
Again, would that be because of the moving water? I mean, a lot of times with those fish will sit in those little depressions, just anything to get out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. They're locked down on the bottom. They're real hard to see with your graphs. But when they come up off the bottom for a feeding opportunity, just like when you get off spot lock, your boat drifts down. It takes you a little while to set back up.
How slow he's turning that. I mean, he really is grinding that slow.
Yeah, you don't see people fish a vibrating jig that slow very often. Kudos to Chad for figuring out that's what he needed to do, get those bigger fish to bite.
It is day number 3 of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite, and the only thing that's been guaranteed here this week is you better catch them, because Pickwick Lake is showing out, whether it's largemouth, smallmouth, or the Pipkins jig. It is showing out here this week on Pickwick Lake at our 3rd stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series. And that emotion right there, that's exactly what the Bassmaster Elite Series is all about. Big bass, big stage, big dreams. And if you keep catching them like that, you're going to roll out of town with a big check. But don't forget, speaking of big checks, a dollar bill is still your leader with 60 pounds, 7 ounces, and Chad Pipkins trying to chase him down here on day number 3 in Florence, Alabama, Pickwick Lake.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
Day 3 action's what we are bringing to you live right here. These guys trying to qualify, among other things, for the World Championship, the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic 2022, but the 2021 version is yet to come. All these guys qualified in the difficult year of 2020. They are going to be headed to Fort Worth, Texas for the first time, a classic in that classic sports city. Lake Ray Roberts, Big Fish, notorious Big Fish hangout with the fishery. It should be so much fun. 3 days. The most important tournament of all of them. Boy, Mark Zona, the largemouth, as predicted, kind of, well, not quite late today, but boy, they are firing up today at noon.
Ever since he could remember, Tommy. Chad Pipkins. And what was very interesting was listening to Chad Pipkins the last couple days saying, look, this bite is going to get better. The only really weird thing, but the Scorpion Woman, a huge fan now of Chad Pipkins when he said, Daddy's got to buy some Trulies.
Oh, my God.
Good luck, John's back.
Oh, yes. That is good stuff right there. And here's something really interesting about that area that Pipkins is in. Man, if you look at that area on a satellite, you can see on Google Earth the strips of grass that are topped out from it's obviously a satellite image from the past. That's exactly where Pipkins is catching them. Little ditches and drains leading around that island. And like he's predicted, it has gotten better every day of the event.
Well, there's your unofficial leaderboard per Bass Track right there. And still Bill Lowen started the day second place, hanging on to that lead right there. Chad Pipkins, we saw with that fish within the past hour, making a big move up behind him. Hank Cherry, a huge day for Cherry. He's creeping up on 20 pounds. So was Tyler Rivette. So where's Corey Johnston? Corey Johnston, in fact, at 20 and a half pounds right now unofficially.
You know, and really what Pipkins does not have to his benefit right now, granted, everything we've seen him catch the last 3 days, we did a Skype with him on day one, if you remember, Tommy, that
we caught him on day one.
There you go.
One giant one here yesterday.
It's about a 3/4 mile stretch.
Here. I know they were good ones. I mean, they just thump it, but they don't get it. That happened twice, and that's it. But the wind's changing. I just feel like at some point today, I'm going to make this same little rotation here. I'll slide up and we'll catch a big one. You know, the majority of them I think are starting to slide off the back a little bit, but this is still a place that we should catch a good one at some point today. So just keeping the bait in the water and keeping them honest. That last big one we caught came right off a little stretch, a little clump of grass on a little seam that I've already fished 4 times, you know. I just think they turn on or off, or when they're not eating, you might have to drag it right on top of their nose to get them to bite. You know, they're not traveling real far to get it. So we're going to keep after them. The current's definitely changing with this wind. It's going to happen. We're like 2 bites away from getting a 25 alive. Would be nice. Woo! Get back in the hunt. They're out here.
Pipkins right off the main river, just up
like
from Conger Island. Not very deep. He's near deep water, but he's only fishing, call it 5 to 6 feet of water.
Got some big fish to report. Kyle Welch trying to climb from 40th. He caught a 5-pounder and a 4-pounder last couple minutes, jumped into about 12th. Brandon Card, big fish of the day, a 6.5-pounder. He had second largest fish on day one, 7.5. And he's got a 5.2 with it and a 2.14. I mean, he's got a long way to climb from 47th to get. Needs another 10 pounds.
You hit the right blade of grass at the right time.
Very, very surprising now.
Wow.
Only one smallmouth fisherman in our top 10.
That's something.
It has been a largemouth beatdown.
We're ready for our kapow. Ooh.
Boy, first place Krieger, Martin and Mosley do not have limits yet, and they've fallen out our top 10.
The Lowen's had his limit a good long while now. Looking to, boy, to go that last mile can be tough to get from 15 to 20.
Yeah.
And hard to get to that limit. Then it's hard to get to the ultimate goal once you get that limit, a good solid limit.
Yeah.
Well, we welcome you to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon here. Tommy Sanders, Mark Zona, with you along with Such and Ronnie and the whole crew, everyone there. Thanks to Dave and Davey, Mercer and High for really giving us some great coverage on site there, on the shore, on the banks of Pickwick Lake there. And Mark Zona, you know, you talk about the largemouth beat down today. The smallmouth guys haven't fallen out, but later in the day, if you can count on any history here at all, has been a little bit stronger for the smallmouth guys, at least during certain day parts, right?
Definitely, Tommy. But real quick, big hats off. Howard Downs from JM Associates. Look, all of this that happens on Bassmaster Live, none of this happens without the Ichabod Crane of JM Associates.
What?
Howard Downs, the Vern Scheisel of our unit, Tommy
now
Sanders.
you've lost
Big
me.
happy. I don't, exactly.
Howard is the master
thing,
of all things technical and mechanical around here. We'd
know.
be using
Exactly.
stone cameras now and pieces of wood to try to bring you television if it weren't for Howard. He's pushing 40, I bet Howard is by now. That's happy birthday, Howard.
The Vern Scheisel of JM Associates.
Who is that? I gotta
I feel
figure
like
that one
he's
out.
aged a little bit more since the 6 years of Bass Live.
Yeah, oh, absolutely, absolutely.
He'll tell you
It's been
that,
hardest hit Howard Downs by Bassmaster Live, but he keeps going and he's terrific. Happy birthday, Howard. We'll be right back.
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
A little bit less than 4 hours fishing on day number 3, critical day number 3 of this Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake. At the end of this day, you take your fish to the weigh-in and you must be in the top 10 if you want to be around for the final day. Only 10 anglers will be left then, and one of them will emerge as the winner. At the end of it all, I could not tell you at this time who that angler is likely to be. We have the anti-runaway going on out here. So volatile, Mark Zona.
And really, Tommy, taking a look at all of our anglers, you have that eerie feeling that we talked about at the St. John's River when Brian New won. You have that eerie feeling whoever wins this tournament tomorrow is going to have that mega bag, that 24 to 26 pounds. And in all honesty, every one of these anglers, obviously what they've weighed in, very capable of that. There's one thing, though, looking at what Chad Pipkins has done, I think probably he has benefited most. If you look at an aerial of that little island that he's fishing, that is a massive, massive hydrilla flat over his shoulder right there. From where he's at to that bank is a mile and a half of hydrilla flat, little ditches and drains and channels. I'm gonna tell you something. With all that water that came through here, I honestly believe on the back side of that island, there's a little hook on the north side of that island. And Pipkins is downstream of that little notch point that comes off that island. I promise you, when all of that current was coming through, those fish flooded to the backside, the softer side current of that island. And I think that's why it's reloaded every single day. You always hear on this body of water, Ronnie and we've talked about it all week, these fish flood to the back current sides of these bars or an island like Pipkins is fishing. And I think the more current that flat received right there, the more fish that it put in Pipkins' pocket. Bassmaster Live.
Yep.
Good explanation.
No, for sure. And with that current, it's going to stack them up more. Now with that flat, more stagnant water, they may disperse, and that's why he's having to fish so hard and so slow at times to find them.
Yeah, and Ronnie, I'll tell you what's been really funny to watch Pipkins is when I was there with Aaron Martins. We talked about it a couple weeks ago. And it was very stable. The water was obviously much lower than this.
Lined up.
But you would see those fish go in spurts of not committing to your bladed jig. And it was so frustrating. It was so incredibly frustrating. Naturally, I didn't have a trailer hook in the boat. But then you'd go through a flurry, a 45-minute to a 1-hour flurry, where those fish would absolutely completely choke it like his last fish did.
We need one good one. One good one can go a long way right now.
We all heard Chad express earlier, they are going to start. One of those flurries is coming. They are going to start actively
There's
eating.
no doubt.
At some point. He's kind of hoping he's here for it. If it's within fishing hours, he will be here.
The only benefit, the only thing that really kind of hinders Pipkins today is, look, he's got a lot of company around him. This is not a very, secret spot that he's on right here. You got Corey Johnston, Brandon Pollinik within a couple hundred yards. He's just not going to be able to expand on it, because if he leaves that, it's going to get throttled.
Here we go.
In 3 hours since Pollinick's last keeper.
Yeah, it's gone like that. Ronnie talked about it this morning. It's gone like that every day for him. We're really past 9 or 10 o'clock.
Yeah, no calls after 10 o'clock, he said, on stage yesterday.
Right. Weird.
For all of our anglers who've had to really just start from scratch. Erase the chalkboard and start again to start this tournament. Bill Lowen has by far looked the most comfortable. I mean, absolutely on autopilot, running on what he knows.
Well, he has definitely won the flipping event here on Pickwick so far, no doubt about it. So many anglers, we talked about it early this morning on the broadcast, and really the magic has been, compared to the anglers that we covered that were flipping shallow shoreline cover, they were more main lake pockets that would go further back in, sawgrass. We saw a lot of males getting caught, but Lowen way closer, I should say, to the main river channel itself, to where this has reloaded with bigger females, it seems, every day. Not quite as big, though, as day number 2.
Guys limit the boat in pretty short order there. He's made a few calls. This time yesterday, he was doing a lot of that, spinner baiting.
And I think we only saw him make one call with the spinnerbait. It was actually in that pocket right over his right-hand shoulder. A little bit cleaner water, if I remember. And I actually think he called that fish out like 30 minutes after he caught it. Saw 2 really good dock fish from Lowen late yesterday. Curious to see if he hits that stretch again.
That's what he made that decision right around right now, maybe 30 minutes earlier to go do that, and it really helped him on the end tally sheet.
Man, it has been a slow, painful fall from first place angler after the day 2 weigh-in, Kobe Krieger. Ooh. And you could see he is doing a lot more running around today on the upper end, just below the tail race, than he was the first 2 days of this tournament. And I think, we talked about that McFarland Park area. That's not what we're looking at right there, Tommy. Kind of his ace in the hole to catch, 13 to 15 pounds. And that certainly has not happened today.
Yeah, I saw that and I'm thinking, well, I done screwed up. Nothing I could do about it that time. There he is. Big old large head. Big old large head. Thank you, Lord, when we get. Yes. Oh, talk about needing to pick me up. 4 pounder, anyways. Only 3 more, boys. I don't know if we got enough time or not, but we're gonna try.
Tommy, did he snatch that up from those kids?
Sure did. Teach him a lesson.
I mean, we got the
back into the top 10
family over here. I'm competing against the freaking current, my mental state of mind. Dude, that thing throttled that spinnerbait.
Good largemouth right there. Area we actually saw Steve Kennedy in 2 hours ago.
Been a long time between number 1 and number 2 for Kobe Krieger.
Boy, he needed that. Yeah. Oof.
Well, Fat Boy moved pretty quick there for a big old fella. I'm gonna go up there. I'm gonna fish the face of that dam a couple of spots. Caught him there before, but not much, buddy. Not much.
As we all know, this place is full of fish, this famous horseshoe up here, but you got to consider too that they have been feeding probably night and day with all this increased water flow.
Really your bobber in, boy. Yeah. There you go. Thank you, sir. Absolutely. Dude, this lady's got a line out here somewhere. I mean, we are dealing with some stuff right here. Oh, hell, he's got a line out there. I mean, to tell you.
In the thick of it, Zeke.
That's a gorgeous waterfall.
It certainly is.
I mean, that, I don't know what kind of hairdo you call that on that young, fine specimen up there on the bank.
Just beautiful pictures from there, that's for sure.
Yeah, you're exactly right,
Spring has
Tommy.
sprung. I mean, the red buds
Way
are popping.
To get out of that right now, we're going
The
to
trees are leafing out. It is just spring.
I
everywhere.
thought he saw a
Yeah, it
Sasquatch
is.
noticing the hair on that thing on the bank over there.
It is definitely popping. Why don't we just check in with Bill Lowen right now, Bassmaster Live? Oh boy.
God damn, it's a little lighter than that jig. Come here. See that little adjustment? Went to a tube, boom.
Feeling it.
Yeah, Bill Lowen.
Little bit slower pace today, Tommy, but steady rising right now for Bill Lowen, making little adjustments on that island he's spent so much time on this week.
He's getting it done, doing what he needs to do to hang in there, put himself in position on the final day, and boy, could that be the one that's the big one for Bill Lowen. A lot of people pulling for him, no doubt about that.
I love that waterfall.
That is the greatest waterfall. People up there taking pictures and so forth. We are taking a picture of the estimated score, a snapshot of where we think it is right now, and Bill Lowen with still a good lead over Chad Pipkins, Cherry Rivette, Corey Johnston. Steve Kennedy's been a while since his last keeper. Buddy Gross and Pollinik hanging in there as well, and Kobe Krieger with that fish put himself back into the top 10 after a long absence, our leader over the first 2 days. Plenty more to come from Pickwick on day number 3 when we come back.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
Back to Pickwick here this afternoon, day number 3 action. What great shots we've been getting from the drone here. And hey, we need to recognize the guy who is in charge. There he is right there. Mueller, we call him, our man, Wes Miller. He is a mule, a hardworking guy
mule.
here. Hardworking guy for 2 decades plus.
Yes.
Bringing you the outdoors in a big
Zona
way.
show cameraman, and he is not scared to just tune you up at a moment's notice.
I think he's earned it. He has put in his hours, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely good stuff from Wes Miller right there. Hey, Tommy, full disclosure, you ready?
Yeah.
He told me it is more stressful flying that live drone than actually running a camera in the boats.
Really?
Yes, that stunned me.
Huh. I don't think they're beating people for crashing drones anymore. I think that was cut out a year ago or something. So I don't know. Maybe it's just a pride thing, I guess.
Look, he'll say some odd things every now and then, but when he said that, I would look at him, I said, really? It'd be very stressful. Very stressful.
See, I caught a few up here before on the actual face, and we'll see what happens.
Well, as he threatened a few minutes ago, going to go up the face of the dam.
Oh, yeah.
Get right up there in the middle of it.
Getting scary close to a one Davy height.
It took over the hole.
One here a few years ago. Man, I'm really surprised at Scott Martin's day. He had been catching so many keepers on days 1 and 2.
Now you looked at that leaderboard after the weigh, and you think, boy, that is one scary guy right there, right in the thick of it. And yeah, it is a little surprising to
That's
see
the
him
strangest feeling
that far
when
back.
you run through them rapids and stuff. The boat shakes every different direction. The water going that way or this way? I want a B so I can throw my plug on my spinner ring.
Wanted to bring it into the Bassmaster Studios sponsored by Marathon and give a little bit of an update to the fans of what Pickwick has been doing the last couple days. Big fish have shown up. Each day we've seen a couple 7-pounders at the weigh, and I want to take you through a couple of those fish to kind of forecast what it takes to get that 23-plus pound bag. We see some of these guys do that. 20-pound bag for Windlet on day one. He had the biggest bass of day one, a 7.6 by him, followed up by Brandon Card, a 7.5. Now Card had 4 really small fish, 4 for about 9 pounds, excluding this 7-pounder. We saw that yesterday. He didn't get a big bite, only weighed in 4 for around that 8-9 pound mark, dropped down the standing. So a big bite is so crucial to some of these anglers' patterns. And then when we look at yesterday, a 7.11 by Hank Cherry. He also had a mixed bag. That helped him rise up. He had 22.5 pounds, jumped into our top 10. He's obviously doing well today. A couple really solid fish. No giants today for him, though. And then also the second biggest bag of the event by Brian Schmidt. He also had a 7-pounder in his bag yesterday. So the one thing, though, guys, is that our leader today, Bill Lowen, has not gotten a big bass to go to his tally. And if you look over at Bass Track, you can expand it and see exactly which fish he's caught today and what is in his 5-fish limit. Says he's got right around 16 pounds. He's got 3 3/4, a 3.10, a 3 even, a 2.5, and a 3 even. Well, we just got word from the water that he took the time before he catches his next fish to cull. He weighed all of his fish out, and he has 17.5 pounds, not 16. So that is very interesting when we look at Bass Track, that 60 pounds, 15 ounces is what he has, about a 3-pound lead. That's actually like a 4.5-pound lead for Bill Lowen right now, just over halfway of day 3 of competition.
Thank you, Ronnie. Get back out on the lake right now. And Bill Lowen with a better outlook all of a sudden, at least for us, the fans. But let's go to B&W Trailer Hitches. A live visit, live on the line with another angler doing very, very well. Having a great tournament, as a matter of fact. He's a river fisherman and many more things as well. Brian Schmidt. Brian, what's the, I mean, everybody had to kind of start from scratch when we finally got this thing going. What was your approach?
Yeah, so I was really excited to fish this tournament. I found a lot of fish in the grass. That hasn't been the deal, you know. It's got way too much water on it, way too much current. So I was lucky to have one little spot that I think some of the grass fish went to. I had a couple bites on in practice, and you know, I just milked that for all it's worth. You know, we started on it this morning. To be honest with you, had a shot to have a really special day. We have 2 real nice ones, and one about 3 pounds, and 2 that we need to get rid of. But just weird. It's a little bit different this morning. Like, I don't know if they're just, you know, they're tired of me being there or they're biting different, but I broke one off and had 2 pull off that I really would have liked to have. But we still got a lot of time, and, you know, we're not going to leave where we're at, this general area now. So.
Hey, Brian, real quick, you told me to actually never bring this up, and that is last season and your performance. Now you are comfortably in the top 10 of the Angler of the Year standings. What is so different this year compared to last season?
You know, Zona, I think it's mental, man. My mind, I had a couple weird things happen last year, and it just snowballed, man. And you know, a couple opportunities that I thought I was going to do really good, and they didn't work out. It kind of got to me. And then, I don't know, this winter I thought about long and hard, and I'm kind of really angry about last year, to be honest. Things are clicking, you know, things are clicking. even with the grass being taken away from me, I was able to, do well in this tournament. We'll see. Hopefully we can scratch in the top 10 here.
Brian, every day so far you've spent in this general area, you haven't been running around a lot, you haven't been going the whole length of Pickwick?
No, my core area has been like one little stretch, and I've gone everywhere the first 2 days trying to find more like it, and I can't. Like yesterday I caught one fish. It was a 7-pounder on another spot, but that was the only bite I had there. So, I've really tried to find other places to, add on to, and I just haven't, to be honest with you. But I think there's more there. Like, I've had quite a few misses and pull-offs today. I just want to let it kind of rest for a little bit. There's actually a boat on it now. But we'll see. We'll see what we can do here this afternoon.
Yeah, you got plenty of time, Brian, and best of luck to you. Great tournament. Congratulations.
Absolutely.
My fantasy warrior. Normally,
that's right.
Hey, last
confessed.
time I picked him, he finished dead last at Santee Cooper, so I'm so thankful I did not curse him this time.
I got an update on Brandon Card. He's got his 4th fish. He's up to 18.5 with 4 fish. And he's about 25 to get in that top 10 from 47th, but he's on his way with a 6.8 and a 5.2.
Back to Kobe Krieger up there, pretty much the face of the dam.
Make it. No!
Oh.
Dag nabbit! Oh.
Couple of bites in 20 minutes.
Several times.
Yeah.
Several times, Tommy, throughout this tournament. All that heavy current. A lot of these fish just don't get the bait very good. Ugh.
Whew.
Brutal.
All right. Well, we got the encouragement of having a couple of bites in the last quarter hour. Kobe Krieger. Maybe something's getting started for him right there. It's been going pretty steady all day for Buddy Gross. Man, he has held his spot in this field.
He is the saturator, man. He has not done much moving around at all in this tournament. Said he had a pretty rough practice. Only 2 groups of fish. But I think when Buddy says a group of fish, there's a lot of them.
He doesn't look
in
for
those
2
groups.
dots. He looks for
Right.
dots.
Right.
I don't even know. Heavy though. It is a good one. Come here, girl. Big smallmouth. Get your butt in here. Come here. Come here. Get in the boat. Oh, we needed that one. We needed that one. We're all messed up. Bad eye smallmouth. We got her. She's in the boat. If I can keep from getting a hook in me. Woo. It's gonna be a cool. Purdy. Thank you, Lord. I gotta remember which one it was.
Man, if he corrected
Well, we are
his-
going to have a phenomenal Championship Tuesday, man.
Oh, yeah.
It is going to be wide open.
Absolutely. How about a little Striker Daily Trivia before we take a quick break right here? The question, how many current elite anglers competed in the 2020 Bass Nation Championship on Pickwick? We know of one who won here. but how many others among the current elites competing this year competed in 2020 in the Nation Championship? Was it 2, 3, 4, or 5? Chew on that. We'll be right back.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
Closing in on the last 3 hours of fishing here, we left you with a Striker Daily Trivia question. You know, the Bass Nation organization, that incredible pathway to the top levels of fishing for the amateur. That conglomeration of terrific local and state organizations had their championship last year right here on Pickwick. How many of those anglers who competed in that are now fishing the Elite Series? Really got the best of the pathway? Is it 2, Mark Zona, 3, 4, or 5?
Well, when I was Grizz chiseling for fantasy fishing, Tommy, I was burning a little midnight oil, as the kids say.
Oh, I hear you.
And I looked up the standings of that tournament, maybe just to give me a little, I don't know, little help with my fantasy roster. B, 3, B as in boy. 3.
Wow.
Okay. I'm gonna say 2. And Ronnie Moore, this suits. You should know the answer to this, so you can get your point easy. But if you can name the ones that are in there of that correct number, you get 2 points. So go.
I'll say B3, and it's Pat Schlapper, the champion, Cody Holland, the defending champion, and Matt Robertson.
Oh, you got it. But what places did Holland and Robertson finish?
No. He got his 2 points.
No.
2 points.
We're not doing that. I did it good enough.
Holland was ninth, and Robertson was 14th.
And then Schlapper first.
Cody Holland, Matt Robertson, and Pat Schlapper. Those are the 3.
Pat Schlapper, yeah.
You have done some research, Z. I am impressed.
He was really.
I thought you just made jokes. I did not know you were coming prepared for Bear.
Had a lot of ice up north.
Ice.
Do it.
What is that?
Do it.
Those are white pelicans.
It's the Jumanji bird.
Hey. Boy, it's been a painful day for Kobe so far.
Golly, lost one.
Really
Looked to be a
painful.
good one just a minute ago.
Yeah, if you are just tuning in to Bassmaster Live, Kobe Krieger has basically knocked their lights out, almost a 5-pound average, still sitting 2 fish in his live well.
A little deeper than last year's statistics and results. They also had the Bass Nation Championship here a few years prior when Randy Pearson won, who is still on the Elites, and Caleb Summerall was the defending champ. So we had a couple in that one as well. I'm just trying to get all the bonus points possible.
Talking about Kobe's great week here. That was from yesterday.
Solid smallmouth early. Got a good number of bites yesterday morning. Not real big ones. Nice keeper fish around that horseshoe. Actually, on the south side of the horseshoe is where he did most of his damage. Made a lot of really nice calls, though, right around McFarland from noon to 1:30, I believe.
Man, it's just right at 20 pounds yesterday to back up a 25, almost 26-pound day number 1. And if you talk about one
Tommy,
of the
who
hardest,
is this Oral Roberts team?
Who are they?
Wow.
Yeah, what's going on with this team?
Z, you'll be shocked to know. Undoubtedly, I picked them to beat Ohio State in the first round. I did not think they'd beat Florida last night.
Did you really?
Yes.
It's one of the most unlikely picks that worked out good that I've ever heard of.
It's about my only pick I got right in the first round.
Did you really pick them?
I did.
He did. He was proud of that.
When he first claimed that, I said he was, having us on, joshing us just a little bit there. But
here's a fun fact. You ready for this, Ron? My first cousin plays on Ohio State.
No kidding.
Was it E.J. Liddell?
No, he's actually got hurt 3 days ago. Jimmy Sodas.
Wow.
Gosh.
Oh, no.
Z, the office around here is abuzz with the Razorbacks. Going to play Oral Roberts.
Woo!
Next Saturday.
I was texting with your boys during the Michigan State play-in game, and they were not happy at the end.
Suey.
Pretty good.
No. It did not work out very well. Between Woo Pig Suey, it did not work out very well between Andy Dalton and Michigan State losing this week. It was a bad sports week. It was a bad sports week when the Bears signed Scott Farkas. Things are...
Yeah. Next he'll be Carrot Top named to coach the Bulls, you know, so...
But see, it's great, though, Z. They stayed under the salary cap because they cut their all-pro cornerback, Kyle Fuller, but they signed Andy Dalton for the same amount, so it's perfect. It works out.
Seemed like a good move.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know how they don't get it.
Don't you have other teams, Z, like Illinois or Loyola Chicago? Do you like? No? Just Michigan State?
Nope. Just Michigan State.
Okay.
And the Hogs. I mean, come on. I'm a Razorback, so I'm a team player.
Sure.
Unless they're just small.
Mike McInnes, our producer, has a little Razorback hog tattoo on his cheek, a little face painting.
Which cheek?
Right one.
I'll be darned.
Did you see him today?
I did not know that.
I'm staying away from that one because he is my employer.
I went there.
Slow day for Brock Mosley. Like, scary similar to yesterday at this time for Brock Mosley.
See, this rarely happens. 1, 3, and 4 anglers start the day are stuck on 2 fish in the afternoon.
Yes.
It's rare.
Especially in a tournament where they've blasted them. You know, look, you could see that at a place where, you know, where we just came from or where we're headed next. But in a tournament where they're getting cracked, that is very rare.
Yeah, Scott Martin has a nice 4-8 we saw with Davey and Dave.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
He's got 2.
I believe that was
Mosley has
right.
2. Nice ones, 3-pounders.
I think that fish that we saw, Scott Martin, he snuck back up to the McFarland area when he caught that fish, I believe.
Yeah, I think it was.
And they've fallen to 22nd and 23rd, respectively.
Not far away, Steve Kennedy.
It's usually better to stay with the boat, but don't get trapped between the boat and a rock. That's my advice. Put the boat downstream of you, whatever happens. Don't worry about anything, including this. I'm just... It's actually pretty easy so far.
Just look at it.
I mean, those are trees.
Was it on the Alabama River we saw Steve Kennedy doing some fancy navigating and some rocks and current, I think, a few years ago?
I think we saw one David Walker stuck up in a tree.
That's right. Yeah,
yeah.
Him too.
I was in high school like, wow, if only I could afford a boat to just go do that to with it.
I think we can hold with a trolling motor right here.
Most boaters would be a nervous wreck, and he's sitting there sipping on a drink.
Oh, he's keeping an eye.
Steve Kennedy's done a lot of this in his time fishing throughout Alabama. We're going to head back down lake right now. Curious to see. This is the first time we've seen Steve kind of creep that far up inside the horseshoe.
He's going to grab off a big bunch of current here.
Slide back down to Brandon Pollinik. Just above Cougar Island. Been a slow afternoon for Pollinik. Breathe.
That went a little too shallow. There we go. I don't know what I got. Another big old smallie, maybe. It feels like a big smallmouth. Come on. Oh my gosh. Is that a freaking smallmouth? I didn't get a good look at it. Oh, stay on there. Oh my gosh, it is a big one. Stay on there. Stay on there. Stay on there. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh my gosh. Look at that thing. Wow. Oh, come here. Come here. Come here. Golly. Where are you at? Where are you at? No, come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Yes! Wow. Woo! Look at that thing. Oh, dude, look at that thing. That is a freaking tank. Oh, B.A.S.S Brat strikes again. Oh, man. See, Pip had to leave for me to catch when I can't catch when he's here. It's like the reverse. Oh, gosh. What a stud. What a stud smallmouth. Gosh. What a tank.
That's a big one.
Not very often you see smallmouth with their eyeballs bulging out. I mean, that is a dang stud. Oh, man. I'm gonna do a spot. Look at it. I'm gonna weigh some of these.
It's the biggest smallmouth we've seen all week long on live, no doubt.
Absolutely. I thought he had a striper or something. That was a hellcat.
Gosh, that's a good one.
Oof.
It's interesting. He knew right when he hooked that, possibly a smallmouth. Looks like it was on the front side of that island. Man. Well, we have waited for that all week long.
A 2 pound, 2 ounces is small. That was probably a 4 pound cull.
He'll
Easy.
net 2.5 out of that, 3. Yeah, it's a big one. They're spread out down in Brandon's region of the leaderboard, so he may not gain but 1 or 2 spots, but that's a good one.
Boy.
But look at this. Look at this.
And with that, Tommy, even though the weight, he might not gain a bunch of positions, just getting that cull and getting maybe 1 spot is closer to ensuring him tomorrow, because now he has gapped himself from those people just at the bottom of the tank.
He's left some folks way back there.
This reminds me of one Jared Miller. You remember that scene?
Yeah. Scaring the fire out of the cameraman. And we do not, look, we're getting great images. We obviously do not, if somebody's out fishing,
wow.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. It looks like.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, man.
And we're in striper territory as well.
I don't know if he can get back up to it.
£5 smallie. I doubt I can get back to him.
Wow. Ay, 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 ay.
That's what's coming at him right there, all of Wilson Lake.
Did you see that when he loaded up on it?
Mm. Oh my gosh, I think he's got him.
Oh, he still has
gosh.
I got him. After all of that, I got him. Oh my goodness, what a fish.
Oh, no.
Oh.
No, no, no.
I broke it off right there after all of that.
Just about one of the best fish catches we've seen in years
I was fixing to say
on Bassmaster Live.
That was destined to be the signature piece of video for Bassmaster Live there. Off. Oh, Steve Kennedy. Right after a giant for Brandon Pollinik down the lake. And that was a tussle right there. Incredible stuff. We will be right back. Get back up here to the horseshoe.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
Rushing water and charging anglers here on day number 3 in beautiful Florence, Alabama. And that is the rushing water we're talking about, blasting through that dam. And that brings the fish in, but that also makes things a lot more difficult. It can make or break your event. And I don't know whether it broke his event, but it definitely broke bass fishing fans' hearts all around the world. I mean, Steve Kennedy, awkwardly awesome at the best of times, but Davey, tell me what happens here.
Well, a lot of current, obviously. He's doing the right thing, doing a smart thing, keeping his PFD on. It's a dangerous situation there, but he's got a lot of experience in this rough water. I've seen him through the years there. He hooks this big, giant smallmouth, and it, I guess, gets right here. You see him hooked up, and then he gets it out.
Oh my goodness.
I wish he would have hit spot lock right there. Fish is jumping beside the boat, and you can see what a smallmouth. What a fish. Let's watch. Oh. Wow. So, when you're in that current, you run into issues. It's never easy to land. We actually saw Scott Martin land a smallmouth right here close to McFarland Park, nowhere near the current, and he swung the fish in on an 8-pound test because he said you have so much trouble getting your hands on those fish in the current, and you see right there what Steve Kennedy did.
Current causes problems. Let's get out of that current and let's look at something totally different. Our tournament leader, Bill Lowen.
Wow, what a different scene.
Yeah, and now to a totally different lake by the looks of things. Bill Lowen, and we saw it this morning. I mean, he had his weight early in the day and really just had to focus on a bigger bite. And this is the first time I've actually seen him fish in that particular area that I've seen. Do you think that has something to do with the fact that he's searching for that bigger bite, or is it just different water he's cycling through?
Well, I think both, Dave. He's searching for a big fish, obviously, but then he's just trying to expand on what he's doing. He's thinking about, he's got to know that, hey, I'm going to make tomorrow. I'm going to make the top 10 with what I've already got in the live well. Try to expand on what he's doing. I haven't seen him fishing this far back at all. We did see some other anglers doing this earlier in the week with not a whole lot of success.
Shallow water, definitely Bill Lowen's forte. I mean, prides himself. There's not a lot of weigh-ins that he doesn't talk about his boat choice. And, you know, that Express Yamaha, that's the reason he said he runs it too. He feels he can get his boat shallower and into areas that others can't.
Certainly can, and he's, you know, not only is his boat in shallow water, he's pitching back farther, you know, probably 6 inches to maybe a foot deep. And gosh, that's what makes Pickwick so fun to fish a tournament or to watch a tournament. You go from Steve Kennedy in the roughest, most dangerous situation you really should be in to all of a sudden the current leader, Bill Lowen, pitching back in, you know, just calm water where those fish want to tuck up under that cover to spawn, and the clear water is back in that vegetation. That's a lot of the reason they actually go back there.
There is nothing more exciting or exhilarating for me to watch covering a tournament when you see somebody fishing their way. I mean, these guys all pride themselves on being very versatile and being able to fish every way. But this is, I mean, if Bill Lowen had to say this, if I had to pick one, this is how Bill Lowen loves to fish.
You're exactly right. And, you know, we see Steve Kennedy on the other side of the screen there. He has so much experience in this tail race type situation, a lot of current. Don't really recommend just your average angler fishing in that kind of current like we just saw Steve Kennedy, but he's been doing it his whole life. And it's still, you see how difficult it can be to try to land a fish in those situations.
And to be honest, I mean, in a lot of states you can't. And
Right.
a lot of dams you can't. This is one of the few you can, right, David?
Yeah, it amazed me, to be honest with you, when I was here 10 years ago with the water flow up there, that it's, you know, you have to keep your PFD on, but you're allowed to go as close as you want to go. But you must respect, and I can't emphasize enough how much experience Steve Kennedy has got in that type situation with all that current below the dam there.
You talked about the water being a little bit clearer in those backwater bays that Bill's fish. Is that just because it doesn't get as dirty back there? Just it protects it from the flow, so to speak?
Well, that's part of it, no doubt. But then, you know, the vegetation filters our water so good. That's why, you know, you hear
somebody must have busted
some
his
people,
wheel.
you know, you hear pros and cons about vegetation. It certainly filters the water. And, you know, Bill Lowen might catch a 6-pounder doing this, but this has not really worked this week like a lot of people thought. That these largemouth don't seem to have pushed back in this thick vegetation. Even where we've seen Lowen catch them, it's like on the outside or right off the river channel.
Why?
Honestly,
$1 million question.
When you see Chad Pipkins catching them, when you see Brandon Pollinik catching them, it's just like they didn't make that move. Maybe the dropping water temperature, but Hank Cherry, he said, I absolutely found the fish I'm catching in practice. They stayed right where they are. I had to change baits. He's catching most of them now like a DT6 and DT10, where he was catching them on a jerk bait before. He said, they've stayed right where they are. The water's deeper. I had to change baits to be able to get to those fish. And I think the same thing has happened with Chad Pipkins. More of those fish stayed out there than most people anticipated. And like Chad Pipkins, he just figured it out, man, I've got to crawl this vibrating jig. And a lot of people didn't figure that out.
But we got to go try that again.
Well, you know, awkwardly awesomeness is always fun to watch. Let's check in on Kennedy.
I doubt we'll be able to get up here tomorrow.
Just moments ago, Steve Kennedy had a 5-pound smallmouth right beside the boat, fought it for a few minutes, and obviously lost that fish right at the side of the boat. But back in that area again, and we've talked about it a bunch. You know, there's a lot of fish in that area. I mean, he triggered one. I mean, it's not saying that he can't get another one here in a minute. I mean, it's hard to recover from a 5-pounder, but no better way to do it than with another 5-pounder.
That's exactly right. And he's having to run his big engine back up that current is so strong you can't get there with the trolling motor at all. And there's some people watching right now that caught a fish or two exactly where he's at in practice.
Oh, come on.
So what he's doing here, now that you have spot lock, it gives you a chance to stay close. But probably if he could get close enough to those rocks, the trolling motor could hold him.
What'd I get? 3 casts and none of them made it?
So you see there, he's obviously on 36-volt high power and is still moving backwards. And he's in somewhat of an eddy. That's why those fish are there.
Sounds like he's trying to key in on one specific spot. He said he made 3 casts and none of them made it. So he's trying to hit that one. I mean, the current, it's not just hitting the target. It's hitting the target and also, taking into account what's going to happen to your bait when you do hit the target.
Absolutely. It's so important to anticipate once that bait hits where that current is going to take it. And that current will change. So even though you make the right cast, sometimes the current will have changed a little and you can't get your bait where you want it.
Once again, want to remind everybody, we're not saying that this is something every angler should do. Steve Kennedy, obviously very experienced, and as you can see, wearing his PFD, which you not only by law, but I mean, really, I'll just say it: if you don't, you are nuts. I mean, in that situation,
law or no law, you certainly should keep your PFD on doing this. And Steve Kennedy certainly knows that these fish can get in that strong current, largemouth, smallmouth, spotted bass. If you've never fished in this type of water, it's like you can't even imagine how can a fish physically be there when it's all you can do to keep a boat there.
And when you hook up with the fish, it's not as simple as you're fighting the fish now. You're fighting the fish, you're fighting the situation, current, rocks, debris coming over. I mean, there's every bit of obstacle, but avoid the obstacles and go to some calmer water with Brock Mosley.
I know what can happen really quick. Real quick. There he is. Stay hooked up. Stay hooked up. That ain't no giant. There's some more.
Good fish there for Brock Mosley. It's amazing what he just said. It could happen real quick, and it did.
Yeah, that's how you don't lose them inside the boat. Just yank them on in and put them right in the boat like Brock Mosley did right there. But look at our leaderboard. Everybody's trying to chase down our leader since early this morning. Dollar Bill Lowen, 60 pounds, 15 ounces. Chad Pipkins now moved into second, and our reigning Bassmaster Classic champion in third place right here at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite on Pickwick Lake in Florence, Alabama.
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, and by Skeeter Boats.
Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite, and the whole deal that makes our sport different. Doesn't matter what you do in the water, it's all about what hits the scales. And Hank Cherry came in with the biggest bag of the day, I think, yesterday. Started off our weigh-in with a bang, but watch out, Brian New. Passionate. I mean, what excitement we see from him.
Yeah, Brian New with that 5-pound, 1-ounce smallmouth he had there. The biggest smallmouth he's ever caught. What better time to catch it here and bring it to the scales to Dave Mercer. Look at Steve Kennedy. Beautiful smallmouth. Chad Pipkins, just beautiful, beautiful fish. Largemouth, smallmouth, spotted bass. There you see Buddy Gross.
Why not have one of both?
Wow.
One of each. Largemouth or a smallmouth. Buddy Gross, a mixed bag. And, Brock Mosley has been in this tournament. I mean, he's been sneakily quiet. Not a lot of chatter about Brock Mosley, but the way he's catching them, definitely in his wheelhouse. And Scott Martin settling into his pace here on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
So let's talk about Scott Martin a little bit. He's been starting off right here at McFarland Park, catching the first day a good limit. Yesterday a 6-pounder. They went down the lake, caught a lot of fish. Today he has been here, down the lake, came back here to get more gas, back down the lake.
And he's trying to chase down 2 guys that left the dock ahead of him this morning. Of course, Bill Lowen and our tournament leader for the first 2 days, Krieger, trying to chase them down and take this title. But a guy who has literally stick-handled his way through this event, said he was on nothing, Brandon Pollinik, and we're going to join him on the water right now. And the evolution of him as an angler has been really fun to watch. I mean, a guy that used to have to lock into a pattern technique, and I see him as a very free, open angler, fishing the moment right in front of him now.
Yeah, and you better watch out for Brandon Polnick. He's just kind of flying right under the radar. Don't forget, he just won 2 elite tournaments last season.
I don't think he's gonna help. Finally. Ain't not gonna help. Finally tricked one. Oh. It's tricky because there's a back eddy, so the current's coming that way where I want to fish, but where we're sitting, where we need to sit is going that way.
Brandon Polnick figuring out some stuff here this afternoon, getting a very rare afternoon bite. But let's move over to Brock Mosley and our day 1 and day 2 leader, Krieger.
It is really incredible to be here by McFarland Park like we've been for part of 3 days, and to see Krieger come through here on day 1 and day 2, just making it look so easy, going where other people would fish and he's catching fish and they're not. Today it's just the opposite. We've seen several anglers really catch nice limits of fish right here, and Krieger has struggled with only 2 fish in his live well right now.
Speaking of which, we have some lakeside breaking news. We just found this out. I don't know if it is being reported on Bass Track right now, but if you're a Caleb Sumrall fan, you're going to be a happy camper. We just talked to him. He's got between 19 and 20 pounds today. So a big day for Caleb Sumrall.
Yeah, you can tell he was excited, and like we said, he's caught them right in the same area you see Krieger fishing right now.
Told me he's cursed by cameras. Says when the camera gets near him, he can't catch him, and he realized our camera was right there, and he promptly left the area, I guess. What is it about that, Davey? I mean, pro anglers like to blame the camera guy. I mean, I don't ever hear somebody win the Classic and be like, man, I want to thank my camera guy. But when they lose it, boy, do they blame them.
So that's funny you say that, but I guess I've never heard anyone thank their cameraman for winning the Bassmaster Classic either. Well, Steve Kennedy's up there a lot closer to that rock.
He's making me nervous.
Wow. Wow. And that looks like a lot of current, and it looks a little rough, but I promise you, it's worse than it looks. I mean, he's got to be trying to get a Dramamine sponsorship or something.
But his boat is doing a really good example of what we talked about, what the bass do under there. You know what I mean? His boat is right behind a current break. Obviously, that a very large one and a very obvious one, but that's exactly what's happening under the water. They're just smaller and in different position, but that's the way his boat's able to hold there in that current break is exactly how those fish work, and that bait runs along that seam, and they'll make the move.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Problem is, like you say, right now his boat is where those fish want to be. But you can't back away from it very much because it just pushes you downstream.
Yeah, you're kind of stuck. I mean, if you'd rather back up, but if you back up, that's kind of what he was battling there. I think when he said, I made 3 casts and never got it in the zone, he tried to stay back from it maybe a little bit, and now he's realizing the only way to get that bait in the right spot is to get right on top of them.
Yeah.
I would assume all the moving water and all the noise, it gives you a little bit of advantage via stealth. Just
it does, but still, I'm sure he would rather be back off of that particular spot. I mean, he's where his trolling motor is the most likely place for those fish to be set up. But I mean, you got to do the best you can do. It's so difficult to keep that boat where you can make specific casts to those boulders.
Pretty ironic. Earlier this morning I talked about how he loves his steelhead fish, salmon fish, and that sort of thing. And if you just tuned in right now, I mean, all he's missing is a float, and he's steelhead fishing here today.
Well, if you're just tuning in, he lost looked to be maybe a 5-pound smallmouth right here in this exact spot just a few minutes ago.
I say perfect shot right there of that seam. You've talked about it all week long and how important it is to get right in that zone. But the battle he's having in that current is getting that bait in. And I mean, you can hit that zone, but the problem is by the time it gets down to where the fish is, it may be 10 feet away from it. That's Bass Live, and you know, I mean, it's great when you catch a big one. But it's kind of painful when you lose a big one, because we're going to play it again. And let's have a look back at this. I'll steal the words from Bob Cobb. The thrill of victory and truly the agony of angling right here.
Steve Kennedy hooked this fish right up behind the rocks that we were watching just a second ago. Gets it hung up in a tree limb. Gets it out. The boat's drifting downstream quick. He's got the fish up on top of the water, but it's just difficult to try to get. Instead of swinging it in, he tries to get his hands on the fish, and it makes one last surge right here from under the boat. You'll see it, and just right there, pulls off. And unfortunately, those emotions you see from Steve Kennedy right there, he knows he may have just lost the event. Certainly has a chance to win and catch another fish, but he knows you can't afford to lose fish like that.
You cannot indeed, but let's head back to Brock Mosley, who's been in this from the start, twice a bridesmaid on the Elite Series, still searching down his first Elite Series win.
There he is. Come here. Come here. Come here. Yes. Yes. That's one we've been looking for.
Real good one for Brock Mosley.
That's
choked it too. She's got some line in her mouth. Look out at the trees. She ain't as big as I thought.
Good smallmouth right there.
She's got line in her mouth. Dadgum trees.
He mentioned on stage yesterday, Davey, he said there's 2 distinct windows in this tournament, morning and afternoon. And that's when, the first thing in the morning, afternoon, key windows. But we talked about somebody just a little while ago. He said he's a little camera shy, but hey, he's catching them today. Got between 18 or 19, over 19 pounds anyways. But let's join Caleb Summerall. We saw him just moments ago over our shoulder. But Caleb, things working out pretty good for you. You got away from our camera, but give us an update on your day.
Who you? Oh man, dude, I haven't been running any new water, just the same spots. I kind of altered my tactic a little bit, and I got a couple extra bigger bites today. I mean, that's all there is to it. I mean, you know where I'm at. I'm up here at the dam, the Wilson Dam, and it's just chock loaded with 4 or 5 pounders. And I have a couple of those in the boat today, and that's just huge.
So Caleb, when we've seen you fishing, you've been throwing a spinnerbait. Is that what you've caught most of your fish on?
About 85%. I caught some today on a swim bait and a crankbait, but not about 80 to 90% of my fish have come on a 1 ounce spinnerbait, big spinnerbait.
So what's the plan for the rest of the day? Are you just looking for new water?
No, I'm just fishing, and I think I'm trying to adjust my bait in the water column, given how active they are. I know some days they want it like ticking the bottom, right along the bottom, and other days they want it like a little bit faster. And I don't think I got on yesterday. Today I kind of figured that out. That they really wanted that spinnerbait dang near crawling on the bottom, and they were just absolutely train wrecking.
So Caleb, we can see where you are now, but we've seen you a little farther down. Have you caught a lot of your fish up there close to the dam itself in the tail race?
About half and half. I've caught, half up here and about half from here to the middle bridge. And then I've just obviously caught the big one right there by the takeoff, which is pretty cool.
How much did the delay in 2 days of this tournament and the changing weather, how much did it affect your approach? Was this the plan through the original pre-fish, or did this all change with our changes?
Yeah, I told myself coming into this event, I was going to put myself around the biggest population of bigger fish and not have to run to the other end of the lake if I didn't have to. And that's what I did. I knew I was going to fish up here no matter what it was, no matter how bad it flooded. I mean, everybody knows that there's just so many healthy fish up here. And I knew coming into this event, I was going to be up here. I mean, it's most definitely changed the way I was going to fish. It shrunk up a lot of the fishable water. With them running so much, you can't get out there in the middle of the river. So there's only a few places. That's probably why you're seeing it on live, that there's guys that are fishing very close together, because there's only like 3 or 4 spots that a boat can hold in this heavy current. And, other than that, that's about all that's really changed, is just how you fish up here. You just got to change your tactic, adjust to the conditions, and catch one when you get bit.
Well, we'll let you get back to fishing. Keep soldiering on. An incredible day number 3 for Caleb Summerall. Wow, what a day out there. But let's head back down the river and join up with Brock Mosley. Brock obviously having a great tournament, and I believe last one checked into him 1 short of his limit.
Stay hooked up. Feels like a good one. Yeah, baby. Getting better. A lot better than what he was. I told you, it don't take long. Yeah, it's like that one we caught yesterday morning. Oh, yeah.
It seems like only about 15 minutes ago he had 2 fish in live well. He said it can happen quick. Well, it just happened quick. That's fish number 5 for Brock Mosley. Absolutely going to be fishing tomorrow.
What a difference just a few casts makes on this incredible historic fishery. Pickwick Lake once again delivering. I mean, the conditions might change. The water might rise, the water might fall, we might have tornadoes, we might have every single different kind of condition in this tournament, but the one thing that is guaranteed at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite is you better catch them. And everybody's trying to do that. Catch the guy at the top of the leaderboard, Bill Lowen, with 60 pounds of 15 ounces. And they are catching them here this afternoon on Pickwick Lake here in beautiful Florence, Alabama.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
Sun continues to shine and the fish continue to bite, but let's look at our Seagar Rookie of the Year watch. And man, what a class of rookies we have this year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. It happens every single year, but if you look at our Seagar Rookie of the Year watch, when a guy's in third for Angler of the Year, I mean, he's got to be leading Rookie of the Year, right, Davey?
Well, it seems like you're right. With such a good amount of talent each and every year with the rookies, you would say, well, third place he's got in Angler of the Year, he's got to be leading rookie. But it seems like the last few years, we have had a rookie from the get-go in contention, not only for Rookie of the Year, but for Angler of the Year. And did Brian New do that in a big fashion? He just won the first event ever.
And watch that guy right behind him in second place, Josh Drasner. I mean, he is a quiet dude that does his talking on the scales, and I am incredibly scared right now, so I am not going to talk. Davey, do not move 1 inch. That scares me.
The sun is out finally today. It was cloudy this morning, but the sun is out. The snakes are out, and I think the fishing has picked up since that sun has come out a little more.
Speaking of snakes, let's slither on up to the Wilson Dam where we see Steve Kennedy. Man, an eventful morning he's had up there, but he is in this tournament in a big way and not a shocker, man. Anytime you get near this, and the weird thing is every time I have literally quizzed him over and over again, why are you so good at this? And he just kind of plays it off as, I don't know what I see that other guys don't. Just tell me this, is Steve Kennedy, is that kind of his gig? Is that how he hides stuff? Just kind of?
Yeah, just nonchalantly saying, I don't know. I can tell you this, 10 years ago when I spent all 4 days of an Elite up there in a tail race, Steve Kennedy was there every day, and that wasn't his first 4 days fishing in swift water. He's done this a lot.
This is different. All of a sudden I see Bill Lowen and he is not connected to the shore. I don't know if that's just the shot or he's creeped away a little bit, but what does that tell you, Davey?
Well, he got off to a good start today, but he's feeling a little bit of what some other anglers felt on day 1 and day 2. You think those largemouth are on the bank, and it worked great for Bill Lowen the first couple of days, and it did this morning. He's going to be fine. He's going to be our leader or close to it going into tomorrow. But he realizes a lot of those largemouth are not up there in that shallow water like he thought all of them were the last 2 days. You saw him go deeper into that thick vegetation. You saw him come out a little bit, and now he looks like he's offshore.
A lot of our anglers talked about, I was getting into it with Brock. He said kind of there's an hour at the beginning, an hour at the end of the day that he said is key. Why is that this time around?
Well, I think the sun has a lot to do with it, the rising water temperatures. You know, the water temperature was much warmer than it is right now a week ago, and a lot and fish were shallow.
We got a good bag, but
and it cooled down, and some of those fish have
I keep
gotten
thinking
a little
it's getting ready to go, but my bites have literally been cut in thirds each day, probably. So far, we still might get on a little flurry here, but I've only caught 5 bass today, 1 catfish, and had maybe 4 or 5 miss it, you know, so. It's close to happening. I keep saying that. You guys all think I'm crazy, but it's going to happen the next 3 days. I sure would like to get to fish tomorrow and have it happen tomorrow, but if I catch 1 more good one, we'll be in really good shape. I got 1 2.5 pounder I'd like to get rid of. But happy we got him in the bag at least. Still got 2 hours. Come on. We're going to line up on one. Cross his eyes. We ready. Come on, baby. Should not be this hard today.
When you're fishing as slow as Pipkins was, how hard is it to stay slow and stay calm as your weight continues to climb? And you know what I mean? You know you're climbing in the tournament.
It's difficult, and there's always, when you have a good tournament, it always seems like there's a key fish that made the difference for you. Chad Pipkins was about to leave before he caught that 6-pounder. He said, one more pass through here. That one fish looks like, the fish that could make this tournament for him and give him a great chance to actually win tomorrow. I don't think he realizes he's currently in second place unofficially, but that one fish, we'll see how it plays out, but it could be the fish, the whole key to him having a chance to win his first Bassmaster Elite tournament. Same deal with Brock Mosley. It wasn't but about 30 minutes ago he had 2 fish in his live well.
And that's really the tale of this tournament. When you look at the guys who got him and the guys that didn't get him, I mean, it really is that razor thin. I mean, if he doesn't lose that one big fish on day number 1, he doesn't stay there. And obviously, as he said, he was about to leave that area, and then his little mo-she-she, Brandon Pollinik,
patiently waiting, grinding them out, and I knew they would kind of cut on eventually, or we would run into them like I have every day. Ran into a little group of them up there, and finished our limit. Got a couple solid ones. Now we're just need a couple 4.5 pounders to go with them and be in good shape. We still got plenty of time, and this has been my best time of the day around the 1 o'clock here. So I know my patience has been tested, but I knew if I want to stay in contention to win, this was going to have to be my way to do it. I got a lot of largemouth stuff on this lake, but just kind of go. And I went down lake and caught one the first day of the tournament after I laid off smallmouth. That helped me, but I noticed the water's supposed to start dropping today, and I'm kind of antsy about what that's going to do to them. But one thing's for sure, if I do make tomorrow, I'm going to start fishing for largemouth. I ain't going to waste my time, because these smallmouth have not been too good to me early. That thing is under there. Dang it.
For a guy from Mississippi, smallmouth have been very, very good to Brock Mosley. When you think about it, catching majority of smallmouth here, and his 2 seconds were both smallmouth tournaments.
Especially if, I ease in
Yeah,
the
his
top
rookie
10.
season on the elites, I remember covering him at St. Lawrence.
Big
I
bag,
really thought he
have
was going to win that tournament.
Only way to catch, for me to catch mid to upper 20s, I believe, is at least catch a couple of kickers down the lake.
Just spending time with Brock, Davey, I feel like it's a different Brock today than it was even when you talk about that St. Lawrence tournament, where he was just, man, I'm happy to, be in the top 10. I'm happy to make. I really feel like you're really seeing a different Brock Mosley appear, where he's not happy to be in the top 10 anymore.
Well, 100%. 100%. You remember him just like I do. Make a top 10 a few years ago. Hey, I'm just happy to be here. And now you can see a different demeanor. He realizes that, hey, you need to win. You need to win to get to the next level, and that's what he's here to do. He's a young angler that plans on doing this for a very, very long time, and And I think he has realized in the last few years, you don't get these opportunities very often. You need to try to win when you are on a good pattern.
Well, we have 1 hour of live ahead of us, a couple hours until our weigh-in, but man, this is going to be a lot of fun. We started with 100 anglers, only 50 out there today, but today at weigh-in, we got to figure out who our top 10 fish on Championship Tuesday, a very rare Championship Tuesday here at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at Pickwick Lake in this incredible, historic part of the world, the Mussels area here in Florence, Alabama.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
Hours fishing time left for these 50 anglers left out here on day number 3 as we get closer and closer to weigh-in time, coming up at 3 Central, 4 Eastern time. There, courtesy of Bass Track, is our estimated weight outlook right there. Bill Lowen, man, hanging in there on the top spot for a long time. Started the day in second place, and look how tight, especially between second and 10th, these anglers are grouped at. Man, Mark Zona, you were right. Tomorrow is going to be a free-for-all.
Yeah, it is going to be a free-for-all. And one of the biggest things, Tommy, to note tomorrow, actually, we're going to get back up near the tail race right now with Kobe Krieger, I believe, with still 2 fish in his live well.
Leader days 1 and 2. Boy, hard place to go wire to wire for sure. That's a mighty tall order.
Yeah, he's going to need a bite or two just to stay in this game for Championship Tuesday.
I got him. I got that sucker.
Oh boy.
I don't know if he's gonna keep. Hey, he's a keeper. Oh, all these are stickers. Ain't nothing coming easy today, boys. Ain't nothing coming easy. Jeez, wow. We'll take him.
You gotta be careful, those stickers will get you.
I mean, geesh.
$25 pounds on day 1, almost 26, and better part of a day to get 3 fish in the boat. That's how up and down things can be here. And yeah, you have to earn every one of them, obviously.
Hey, and really looking at going into Championship Tuesday, those guys that are fishing down on the lower end of the lake, we have a front coming in tonight. We're going to have rain showers throughout the day, but there's also going to be the presence of wind tomorrow out of the southeast. And I'm going to tell you, who that wind is going to help, I believe, are guys like Hank Cherry, Rivette, Chad Pipkins, and Johnston, who are, fishing a little more offshore. From what I gathered throughout this tournament, when it slicks off on those shallow ledges and bars is really when it gets the toughest. I think that wind is going to help those guys out tomorrow. We're going to actually get out to, but by the way, we're going to get to Buddy Gross, but I'm going to tell you something, Tommy. Every time I see that Christie commercial where he's like, I'm back, I got some unfinished business. I feel like he's going to reach through the screen and punch Such right in the mouth.
I think that's
every
the
time
intent. A little bit of aggression, I think, is what is called for in that commercial.
I'm back. Got some unfinished business to do.
Sit down.
That might help.
Another fish for Buddy Gross. And I'll tell you, I was listening to Davey and Mercer, and they were going through some weigh-in pics of, fish on the stage yesterday. Man, there is not a place we've been for a long time where they are built just like that. I mean, perfect specimens of bass.
But he thinks he may get a little help out of a cull from this one here. And so he will.
Don't be kicking, please.
Possibly.
Red. Blue.
He has probably done the most with the least. One spot, and it's
yes,
and he's
for 3
caught,
days.
and he's caught and lost. Like the weight he has lost, he would be dominating right now.
He caught the same
with
fish though,
3
Ronnie.
Yeah,
That 6-pounder.
with the
Could have been
3
the
that
same
he's
one.
lost yesterday.
How about Corey Johnston? He added a 4.3 to his bag. He's the biggest of the day. 21.10 from 22nd. He's in 9th place, ahead of Krieger, who's 10th place. Now, and we don't have Caleb Summerall on Bass Track. He started with 33.3. He's got reports of over 20 pounds, so he's right there at the cut, right underneath right now.
Boy, another reason to put the weigh-in on your schedule for this afternoon. That's going to be 4 p.m. Eastern Time.
And if you're in the area of Florence, Alabama, Northwest Alabama, everything's still at McFarland Park. I know earlier in the week they
Did have a little
evacuated
flooding
campgrounds and
earlier.
whatnot, but the water never got to that level, so all of the festivities are there if you wanted to attend in person as
There's
well.
great crowds there.
Yeah.
Face painting.
You got Alabama coming up tonight, I believe.
Bill Lowen's got the best margin over his closest pursuer of anyone in the top 10. He's got a 3-pound advantage, but
And it's a little bit more. Remember,
right. He
weighed
could have
them,
2 pounds,
but
as much as 2 pounds more.
Yeah, and he hasn't made a
Yes.
cull since then, so it hasn't gotten as accurate. You know, like he hasn't replaced his small, which is probably considerably less than what it actually is. You know, it's a 2 and change. He probably has all 3s at least, and his 2 heavy 3s are probably 4s.
Little surprised we have not seen Bill Lowen go to those boat docks where he caught. I mean, he caught one that was 5 yesterday, backed it up with another one that was 3.5 pounds that didn't even help. Never seen him make that move today.
Z, I will note that those are my favorite 25 docks on the lake, are like right behind him. Like that, I'm just telling you that it's like,
I know.
this.
I know.
That's where I used to get my
favorite.
teeth beat in the summer.
Before we take a break, let's take in a bit of Striker Daily Trivia right now. Been a few moments since we did that. Which song wasn't recorded at famous Muscle Shoals Sound Studio? The Swampers, and all the
Wasn't.
legendary stuff. Was it Sweet Home Alabama? Was it Wild Horses, the Rolling Stones, Paul Simon's Kodachrome, or Bob Seger's Old Time Rock and Roll? Which of those classics of the golden age of rock were not recorded there?
Pickwick Lake in the Shoals area, famous for fishing, but it's done so much more to the world. Muscle Shoals Sound Studio. What a gift. You may not have heard of the Swampers, but the Swampers are one of the most influential groups in the history of music. Think of bands like Aretha Franklin, Cher, the Rolling Stones, you name it, they've recorded right here in Muscle Shoals at Muscle Shoals Sound Studio. A small studio with a big sound that's spread throughout the entire world. Our tour guide, none other than Judy Hood, wife of Swamper David Hood.
Hi, welcome.
I'm so happy to be here.
Well, we're happy to have you here. This is Muscle Shoals Sound Studio. This is the picture of the studio before the Cher album. When she was the first person to record here. So that's what the building looked like. And they got the group photo and all that, and that's of course the iconic photo.
Yeah.
And then she named her album 3614 Jackson Highway. And so that's the sign that the Swampers had made that they put out front. It's been there ever since. Just David's little area, and that's his original equipment there. The bass is identical to the one that he played on a lot of records here, but his original bass that looked like this got stolen when he was on tour with Traffic. It got stolen out of a truck in New York. And the same night that his got stolen, Steve Winwood had a guitar get stolen. Eric Clapton had given it.
Wow.
The Swampers, you know, they had Jerry Wexler, who was the vice president of Atlantic Records, was a mentor to them. And it was his suggestion that they start the studio, and he helped finance some of it. And, everybody needs a Jerry Wexler. Everybody needs somebody that believes in you. He believed in them more than they believed in themselves. And everybody needs one of those in their life. And David and his partners have tried to be that.
Some great rock and roll history from our fantastic host city of Florence, Alabama, and the Muscle Shoals area, the Shoals area. And here's our trivia question. Which song among these was not recorded at that studio? Was it Sweet Home Alabama, Lynyrd Skynyrd, Rolling Stones' Wild Horses, Kodachrome, Paul Simon, or Bob Seger's Old Time Rock and Roll? A tough question because all of those artists recorded there.
Oh, yeah.
So you got to pick which song
Trick
Zedit was
question,
not
too.
recorded there.
Exactly. Sick feature. I'm going to go with the unobvious. I'm going to go A, Sweet Home Alabama. And Tommy Sanders, I'll have you know, actually the most recent recording there was Tool, Fear Inoculum.
Okay,
that was the
fantastic.
most recent.
Good
early
behind the
last year.
scenes,
Good
back
stuff.
Thank
Thank
channel
you.
noise there for you. I'm gonna say Sweet Home Alabama as well. Ronnie, what do you say?
Such is tricky, and I think it's B, based on hints that I saw on social media earlier
No,
this week.
that was written in the bathroom there.
Hey, that was
It is A,
recorded.
Sweet Home Alabama.
Leonard Skinner's
Hey,
response
I got a even more fishing related to
In
that
Georgia.
place. Who is the rock and roll guitarist? Pretty much defined the way that slide guitar is used in rock and roll now. Who was always photographed fishing. He was crazy about fishing, and he recorded there in that studio all the time. Who was it?
Richie Sambora.
No.
Stevie Ray Vaughan. I don't know.
No.
Dwayne Allman.
Exactly. That's the guy.
Wow.
So many pictures of Dwayne Allman out fishing. He probably fished right here in town.
Such asked me a question about Brock Mosley. I'll get that one right because I can't get music
What
right.
color
Okay?
shirt is he? What jersey is he wearing?
It's red, and if he makes it to tomorrow, it will be blue, baby blue.
For
I promise.
Ole Miss.
Yes, Ole Miss.
Largemouth.
Big largemouth, yes. Look how he ate it. He ain't as big as I thought. He ain't even gonna help, to be honest with you. He looked way bigger than that.
Good one for Brock Mosley.
There
What a
he
comeback in the afternoon. And hey, we're coming back finally with some pictures of Hank Cherry.
Slowed down a little bit. And I think that kind of scattered the fish a little bit, but we still got plenty of bites. I lost 2 big smallmouth that are right as of right now probably, unless I catch another big one, that's going to be the reason I'm not fishing tomorrow. But I mean, that's part of it in that current and fishing, then things cutting up. But overall, I mean, it's a good day. I got to give a big shout out to David Mullins. I didn't go right to where I caught him yesterday. I ran the same way I did. I stopped at the first place. I caught a few, lost that big smallmouth. I ran to the other spot. David Mullins was on it. I kind of got downstream from him a little bit. Told him that's where I caught all my fish yesterday, and he just made a couple more casts. Said, I'm just going to give you. And I mean, I really appreciate that. I sat there and we pretty much waylaid on them for about 2.5 hours. They're still there when I left. I could see them. I got hung up on my last cast and I went across them and I could see them down there. So hopefully maybe I'll catch another big one and get the fish tomorrow. If not, this turned out a lot better than it could have, to say the least.
Blazing start today for Hank Cherry. Very early on, put a limit in the boat, estimated at just over 19 pounds. As he said, it's been pretty pretty slow ever since then. But boy, what a big early day for our reigning Classic champion. How about we turn right now to our Yamaha midday report, sort of get ourselves a little recap of what we have seen in Markzona. It's been a lot.
It actually is not even remotely close to a midday report. It's the end of the day for our Yamaha midday report. Kobe Krieger dominating this tournament. I don't even know how to speak during this report. Kobe Krieger with a 4.5 pound average coming into day 3. And for some reason, we talked about this yesterday, Tommy, it just seemed fragile, you know, but he had this little area in his back pocket right around McFarland where we thought, hey man, he's still going to catch 14 to 16 pounds with his eyes closed, fishing a little handmade flat side crankbait, and it never transpired. Caught a big largemouth right before our midday break on a spinnerbait. And only one more keeper bite today. That one right there that he caught about 30 minutes ago, only 3 fish in Krieger's live well. Not good.
No, he needed the horseshoe to play again today to lead this thing wire to wire as it is. He's going to have a hard time making the top 10. Brock Mosley, a slower start to his day.
It looks terrifyingly similar to day 2 with Brock Mosley, where it is absolutely brutal all morning long, similar to when Davey won here about a decade ago. And really listening to Brock Mosley when he was on during Mercer and Heights hit, he made the comment, man, I am absolutely going largemouth fishing. I'm not going to burn 4 hours of complete nothingness. But after 12 o'clock every day of this event, Brock Mosley has crushed them on that exact bluff wall right there.
That one changed his mood in a big way, and Brock Mosley now looking really, really good to wind up in our top 10 who will fish on Championship Tuesday.
Yes.
Yeah, and really surprising looking at, it doesn't seem like the current's moving quite as much there as it was, you know, really yesterday morning and yesterday afternoon.
Getting better.
But man, do those fish set up good in those little current seams.
A lot better than what it was. I told you, don't take long.
Boy, catching our eye early today and really finished a great day. Finished up yesterday for Chad Pipkins in a place that he has inhabited for almost 3 complete days now.
Exactly right. Backside of a real small island just up from Koger Island.
Let's go.
And really kind of just in a little soft current seam on the backside of that island. And really, today is the first time that we saw that school ignite early for Pipkins because just like Brock Mosley, Tommy, the majority of Pipkins' damage has been really from 12 to weigh in. So look for possibly another 1 or 2 calls. But here's the one thing to say. Chad Pipkins has leaned on that little quarter-mile stretch for the last 3 days.
That plus the fact that he's pretty much had company in and out all day long in that spot as well.
I told you we were going to catch one there, did I not?
Exactly, just really slow winding a bladed jig. This big fish right here during our break today.
Thank you, Mr. Brandon Pollinik, for showing up. Woo! Get you some of that! Choked it.
Bill Lowen, a fantastic day too. Really knocked their lights out on day number 2 and came back to do the same thing again. Today, at least try to get it started, and he did get it started early and caught him pretty steady all morning.
A lot of bites, but man, not those big females that we got to see on day 2 with Lowen. A 3/8 ounce signature Lure Parts online jig with a plastic chunk trailer, and did it. Little bit of experiment today. Actually went to a little flipping tube, caught a good one doing that. But amazingly, all 3 days of this tournament, that shallow cover, that shallow wood close to the main lake, that's been one of the biggest keys for Lowen. All that shallow cover, very close to the main river channel. Man, can that reload one more day for Lowen.
Bill Lowen with, as it stands now, somewhere between a 4 and 5 pound advantage over the field. Agreed, there's another hour and a half fishing time left. That can certainly change. Things can tighten up or things can spread out. And it depends on what Bill Lowen and his fellow competitors do.
Lowen actually made the comment, if this water stays high with color, I think I can do damage for 4 days here. Well, he's done that so far, looking for his first Bassmaster Elite Series victory. And I mean the techniques all over the map.
Oh.
Easiest one in the history of the PP replay of the day, the power pole replay of the day. Number one, gang, don't do this at home, okay? If you really look at the elevation of that water, watch this hook set right here. You ready? Oh, actually, no. Steve Kennedy has the fish hooked right here, and it's got himself in a little bit of an obstacle. Had to get back up to it. The fish is still hooked. Huge smallmouth below the tail race.
What a fish.
And somewhere during that entanglement, more than likely, probably frayed Steve Kennedy's line.
Oh.
That was almost one of the best catches since we've done Bassmaster Live. Turned out the other way, and that is the second big one we have seen Steve Kennedy lose today. But here's one thing I'm going to tell you, man. If there is one area where you can do 5 for 25 pounds, Steve Kennedy is living in that tail race. And here's the really cool thing about that leaderboard going into Championship Tuesday. The techniques are all over the map, but really looking at that right there, only 2 anglers that have really survived off of smallmouth, Brock Mosley and Steve Kennedy. The rest of them, pretty much all largemouth fishing.
All right, the cut line, all important today. Only the top 10 will fish tomorrow on Championship Tuesday. And there's your leader from the first 2 days, Kobe Krieger, hanging on, just trying to keep his fingernails dug in so he can hang in there for one more day. Corey Johnston, Buddy Gross, Brandon Pollinik trying to do the same. We'll be right back.
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Rapala.
About an hour and a quarter, an hour's fishing time for some of our anglers out here as we get nearer and nearer the end of day number 3. Remember, our weigh-in coming up at 4 Eastern, 3 Central Time right here on Bassmaster.com. Bill Lowen took that lead after starting the day in second, took that lead early and has been hanging on for dear life ever since then. We think it may be a little bit stronger than what our estimated Bass Track numbers show right there. Chad Pipkins, though, has moved now into second place with Hank Cherry. Tyler Rivette having a knockout day as well. And Z, as we look at all our catches on our Humminbird Unlock the Lake.
Exactly right, Tommy. And we're taking a look at the Wilson Dam as we head past McFarland Park in Florence, Alabama, kind of heading down towards Coffee Slough. A lot of history there in years past on the Bassmaster Elite Series. As you kind of get down mid-lake, and this was the other area besides that tail race, taking a look at a couple pockets just south of Coffee, but really, if you get down around that Koger Island, really 2 or 3 miles up lake and down lake, that is where the majority of the largemouth damage has been done. But really, I think the biggest surprise in this tournament is when you get down near the Pickwick Dam on the main lake, guys like Hank Cherry, Scott Martin later every day, Tyler Rivette. I think that's been the biggest surprise, that it has stayed that consistent. We saw Clark Winlet down there yesterday. He did not excel, but really it's been more of a main lake deal, getting back out on the water right now. That was your Humminbird Unlock the Lake Bassmaster.
A bunch of those were for Tyler Rivette. He's caught 29 fish today.
Wow.
Hasn't culled since 8:48 this morning.
He's our numbers guy.
Well, Patrick Walters is not far behind him at 23. Kyle Welcher with 13 fish, and he's at 20 pounds.
And officially, are you ready? Officially, Kobe Krieger is unofficially out of our top 10 yet again. Brian Schmidt just called, knocking him out. Big fish alert. Big fish alert.
Hey, you stole that from me, Z. It just popped up on my screen.
Z, one angler has succeeded in Coffee Slough directly, flipping all those cypress trees and whatnot this weekend. That was Robbie Latuso. Made the cut this week. A slow day today, but he had almost 20 pounds yesterday.
Man, I did not see the.
Come on, baby, one time.
I did not see the Kobe or Scott Martin thing. The Scott Martin thing has me absolutely blown away today.
That's astonishing.
Two fish.
Looks right. Come on.
I'd like to hear you restate
Robbie, you
one more
like this.
time. Z,
Yeah.
the effect that the rain, who is the rain again going to help tomorrow? The largemouth guys, isn't that what you told us?
I think the largemouth guys. Yeah, absolutely.
Eat some, baby.
You know, you got a low pressure coming in tonight.
Moly.
If they've crushed them the last 3 days, I think it's only going to get better. And I'm going to say it again, Tommy. I believe whoever catches 24 to 26 pounds tomorrow, that's in our top 10, they're going to win.
Okay.
Because that size bag is absolutely out there.
We had a little smallmouth outburst right at noon, as you predicted today. It didn't last as long, but right at the stroke of noon, that was when Pollinick caught it, the biggest one we've seen. Right after that, Kennedy. Right after that, Brock catches 3 in a row. It was small, short-lived, but powerful.
And Krieger's catch when he stole that fish from those children, and then he lost one right after that too. I'm just kidding.
But hey, I want to tell you, second tournament in a row, and granted, Kennedy is fishing the fastest current on this lake, but second tournament in a row where execution could come back to bite him.
Had a 2-fish day when he could have taken it up on Loud and Tellico.
Yes.
Talked about yesterday, blue skies all day. A little bit of blue sky here late in the day. Tomorrow, looking for lower clouds, light rain. A high of 69, just a touch cooler than it has been today.
Yeah.
It was about the same, so.
Really think the main thing to watch in there is going to be that southeast wind, Tommy, 10 to 20 miles an hour. It's going to help some of those guys out on those flats, I think, quite a bit. Steve Kennedy's lived with a Scottsboro tackle swim bait. Maybe he'll give us a picture of that for tomorrow. Didn't want to today. Strike King bottom dweller, spinnerbait, 1 ounce and 1 3/4 ounces. To kind of keep it in that current.
We'll be able to do a good run through at the Screen of Knowledge of lures tomorrow. Based on
Always look forward to that.
Zona's retrieval skills.
I'm gonna go up. I had a bite there, a definite bite. I'm gonna idle up around it. Just the other end of it. I'm gonna drift back again.
Steve Kennedy, last keeper about 3.5, 4 hours ago. Kobe Krieger just trying to, for something, anything, to help him get closer.
Man, I'm worried about Bill Lowen. We've really just not seen, he's obviously going to be in the lead or close to it today. But man, we've not seen that quality from him that we got to see yesterday at the weigh-in.
Still either way at the weigh-in, I think you're going to need some noise-canceling headphones if you sit anywhere near his family today and tomorrow. Has he led an elite event?
Going into the
That you
final
can
day?
remember? Yeah, can you remember that? I do not.
So he's been in
Chesapeake?
He's been.
No, he wasn't leading.
Was it
Aaron
lead-
was leading.
That's right,
Going
yeah.
into the final
Yeah,
day.
yeah.
He's been in the top 3 so many times. Even in classics at Grand, he might not have.
Grand was his most
He would have
recent
needed a
win.
huge bag, obviously with what happened the final day at Grand, but he was there on that one.
Got 19 top 10s, 3 second-place finishes.
Yeah.
I mean, I had Davey tell me guys have fished their entire careers. He really relished his 8th victory here 10 years ago and says you really learn to appreciate them because they are not easy to come by. Bill Lowen has fished 158 events.
It may be harder, and obviously wins are very, very, very difficult, but it may be harder to go a full career and have such a great career that is memorable and
Making
be
the
so
classics
consistent and him just having the nickname just for making all the checks and cuts than it would be to just make a splash, win an event, and then fade off, never to be seen again.
What was this thing? It'll 10, 12 pound you to death?
Yeah.
Well, catching them at the same rate he did yesterday, but as you point out, Mark Zona, just the big ones, the size, not there like it was on day number 2. Bill Lowen would be a very popular winner here. Can he hang on and get it done one more day?
The Guaranteed Rate Elite at Pickwick Lake is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkeley.
Want to remind you that the weigh-in coming up here on Bassmaster.com at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 Central, to decide our top 10 for tomorrow. Championship Tuesday. As of, well, things will change at today's weigh-in, but as of yesterday, only one angler among them had gotten 20 pounds plus each day, and that is our leader, Bill Lowen. Bill's got a little ways to go to make 20 pounds today, but man, oh man, just based on that, I think we have to give him a little accolade here, Mark Zona.
I think you're right, Tommy Sanders. Bill Lowen is going to be our marathon peak performance, and cannot stress this enough. Friend of the program that is not fishing today, Mark Menendez, been texting back and forth. Man, if there's somebody on the Bassmaster Elite Series you want to see hold that blue trophy, looking at day 2, that's really when he did his damage. A bunch of home wrecking right here for Bill Lowen, a 3/8 ounce Bill Lowen Lure Parts online jig with a little plastic chunk. Kind of has gone back and forth today, experimenting with different things, but everything he pulled the trigger on yesterday, it seemed like it was 4 pounds or bigger. Bill Lowen's definitely going to need that little stretch. And here's the thing, man. Taking a look at that weigh-in yesterday, that is one of the most impressive bags we have seen all year. Over 23 pounds of largemouth, fishing shallow when so many anglers tried to make that bite right there happen. Looking at earlier this morning, those key laydowns. And here's the thing, gang, if you're watching this on Bassmaster Live, this is not a huge area. It's not like he's fishing a 2 or 3 mile stretch. He's fishing about a 200-yard stretch. And the only concern, he has been sharing this area with Brandon Pollinik, who also has done all of his damage early on this little stretch.
Well, I know you've got concerns about Bill's chances versus the guys fishing the bigger grass flats out there. It's
man, I really think taking a look at Bill Lowen's damage today, it was from 7:30 to about 11:30. Did not see a call after that. I think that water level is going to be so critical. Bill Lowen said after the day 1 weigh-in, if that water stays up with color, they're coming to me, man. If it drops and gets cleaner, I'm in big trouble. We're going to know one way or the other in the first hour of competition on Championship Tuesday. Going to get out to Lowen right now live. That is your marathon peak performance.
Yeah. Kudos, Bill Lowen.
Not
Just
in the day
really
that we wanted. I'm not complaining, though. I mean, I had a lot of bites this morning. Caught a lot of fish, just didn't get them big bites. Caught a lot of, it's been everybody apart this week is getting those bigger bites. I was just unfortunate today. not to get any of the big bites. Thinking I got somewhere between 16 and 18 pounds. Hoping that's going to be enough to go fishing tomorrow and get a shot at them. Like I said, I just put my head down and went fishing. Did my deal. Bites, just didn't get any bites. One more shot at them tomorrow. Hopefully we'll get a shot at them tomorrow.
Lowen here since the inception of the Elite Series. He was a rookie back then in 2006. Running buddy of another one of the greatest shallow water fishermen of all time, Denny Brown.
Absolutely. And one of his running buddies caught a big bag yesterday, Matt Herron. Curious to see if he gets that boat dock gig going again tomorrow. Back out to Scott Martin live. Slow, painful day today. 2 fish. Martin's live well.
He needs about 7 more pounds to maybe sneak into the top 10.
Man, and this is the time of day, the last couple days on Bassmaster Live, where we have seen some big ones caught.
Okay. I'm sure he's a keeper. He's a keeper.
Tommy, did you see how many GoPros he has mounted in his boat?
All of them.
I mean, there are 7 different angles on him.
You can make a 3D movie out of all the results from today.
POV.
Tomorrow morning, we're going to be back here, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, just as we have, with another 7 hours of coverage of the final day Championship Tuesday, first ever Championship Tuesday on the Bassmaster Elite Series. What an incredible week it has been here on Pickwick, and we'll have 10 anglers in the mix. That to be decided today at the weigh.
Thank you, Lord. Ugly. Yeah.
Congrats to all these anglers who made it to today among the top 50.
Yes.
And to all 100 who showed up here and dealt with some very, very daunting resets that they had to perform on everything they were going to do during the course of this event.
No.
And really, of all the tournaments that we have covered, Tommy, this is going to be an unbelievable Championship Tuesday. You had better catch them tomorrow.
Going to be wide open tomorrow with 10 anglers. Championship Tuesday tomorrow right here on Bassmaster Live.
Yes. Yeah. Good luck, John. Back.